Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We always like to see you kids here.
I saw a lot of them at church too.
At church?
Yes, they went to it.
Oh, went to church Sunday?
Yeah, it was amazing.
You're looking for forgiveness?
Huh?
You're looking for forgiveness?
No.
Oh.
I was looking for,
That's cool.
it was amazing.
Which church?
Madam Mayor, it is 6:05 and we are live.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025 regular City Commission meeting of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida. May I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Rash,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga is not here yet. Commissioner Christopher McVoy is not here yet either. Commissioner Mimi May,
I'm here.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Thank you very much. I will lead the moment of silence. Which is easy if it's a moment of silence. There you go. Please guide us, to all of us up here and everyone in the audience and everyone in our wonderful city, to guide us to make good decisions about the welfare of the city and to try to have a little peace in our little corner of the world. Thank you. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be
You may be seated.
See, that's how you do it at school.
Uh-huh. And now, let the record reflect that Mr. McVoy has entered at 6:05. Are there any additions, deletions, or reordering?
I would like to request that new business B, the potential charter amendment item, go to be the last item on the agenda of new business.
Is this an item that was postponed from last time?
Yes.
What say you all?
Is there a reason?
Is there a reason?
Well, because it's not going to be an 11 p.m. meeting tonight, so I was.
Yeah, but I'm sure there are some people here that were here the last time. I'm sure someone is. Mr. Segrich? I mean,
I would keep the agenda as is.
what?
Keep it as is.
Keep it as it is? Mr. McVoy, keep it as it is?
Keep it as is. If anything moved, move it up one.
Well, no need to do that. Okay, so I'm sorry, but your request has not been
And I'm
adopted.
not really sure the clerk can do that. I think that needs to come from one of the commissioners.
We can ask, she can ask. I mean, people can ask.
Well, I had the
No,
same
they
concern.
can't. It's not up to her.
No,
it's not
but
up to her.
that's why we talked about it and voted not to do it.
Right.
And I did-
Everybody can always ask,
No,
I
not
did-
everybody can always ask.
Well-
That's what I'm saying.
okay?
Uh,
Mr. McVoy,
Yes, I would like to pull Fifth Amendment for professional services, the one item under consent for brief discussion.
okay. Do I have a motion for the amended agenda?
I move,
Oh, well, I mean, is anybody else, well, I'm looking for a motion, which you would need to,
Well, did he make
I
one?
move to pull item A from the consent agenda for brief discussion.
is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Where are we going to put it?
No, just pull it. Just talk about it at that time.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, we're pulling the one consent agenda item, and we're keeping the rest of the agenda as proposed. All in favor of the amended agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Okay. So now we are on presentations, and they're very exciting tonight. As you hear us talk, the legislature, the cities are municipalities, and for you young folks, power comes from above. The state gives us the power to do certain things, but because of that, the state has the power to take those things away. And recently, the city has, the state has been taking away a lot of the powers of the city for us to govern ourselves. So our legislative lobbyist is here tonight to tell us what's going on in Tallahassee and to see what's coming up that we're going to be fighting on our legislative meeting on the 12th of February up in Orlando, the League of Cities. Just introduce yourself and take it away.
Not yet. There it is.
There it is.
We're live. Hey, everybody. We've got a big packed crowd here. Jared Rosenstein with Capital City Consulting. I've lobbied in a lot of places, from the White House to Lake Worth Beach, and I got to say that I've never done it this soaking wet before. So
Sorry.
this is a first for me. I feel like I went swimming. First things first, I want to say that it's actually been a long time coming for me to come back here and kind of do a victory lap with all of you guys. And it's good to meet you, Commissioner. We haven't got a chance to work together yet. This was, I think, the most successful year for appropriations in the city of Lake Worth's maybe history. I mean, 1.5 million, 2 projects, specifically projects that we filed and we worked together. And, you know, Mr. Manager knows that we wrestled with staff to get them in a good spot to select the right project. The dual zone monitoring wells were funded at $750,000. The South Dixie Highway project, both water projects, funded at $750,000. And then there was a third project which affects the Lake Worth Lagoon that was filed on behalf of the county that also got funded for $525,000. So honestly, in a year, a really bad legislative session. I mean, one of the worst I've ever seen. And listen, I'm a young guy, but I've been doing this since I was 18. I'm 35 now. Maybe I'm 36 after being this wet. But what I got to say is this session was one of the worst I had ever seen ever, from being an intern to being a staffer to being a lobbyist, whether I worked in the governor's office, the House, or the Senate. This was a mess, right? And the fact that we were able to come away with not just the 2 projects that we asked for, but then a bonus project is a huge win for the taxpayers here. I mean, not to get a little cheeky, but my lobbying contract, if you wanted to turn it into an ROI, I 60 extra money, right? It's better than the stock market. In terms of policy, I'm really glad that you guys came up to Tallahassee this year because you got to see it firsthand. A lot of the bad policies that we were very worried about in the beginning of session, thankfully were crushed under the own weight of political infighting, right? Changes to the TDT, right? Changes to property taxes, things that would really affect this city, right? Yeah, the CRA, I mean, that was a knife fight. Sovereign immunity, they all died, thankfully, right? And that was a result of the fighting between the governor, the Speaker of the House, and the Senate President, right? Honestly, if those 3 entities weren't fighting, one of those things would have passed, which would have devastated this community, straight up. So we were very lucky. We got lucky in terms of policy. We got lucky in terms of appropriations. You know, I have to say thank you to Senator Mac Bernard. He did a fantastic job, right? I also want to say thank you to, I guess, our new clerk, former Representative Caruso. But, you know, in the middle of session, politics can get a little wacky. We changed our sponsor to Representative John Snyder, right, who's just north of here. And he was fantastic. He carried this all the way through. And the governor's office knows, you know, that this is important to not just Representative Snyder and Senator Bernard, but important to me. And we were able to survive the veto. And it was a very successful all-around team effort. If it wasn't for the staff working with us on getting the projects in a good place, and you guys coming up to Tallahassee to advocate on the policy side, I mean, it was just really good synergy. So, listen, we got a short turnaround. Committee weeks start in October, right? This session is going to be, if you have a lobbyist who can come up here and tell you what's going to happen, I'd like to hire them because nobody has any idea, right? We're in the last term of Governor DeSantis' administration. We're in the last term of Speaker Perez's speakership. We're in the last term of the Senate President Ben Albritton's presidency. Who knows what's going to happen, right? It's really a jump ball. I think there's 2 schools of thought. One is it's even worse than last year. Okay, when maybe we can sneak below the radar and do well again. And the other school of thought is that it's just going to be total Mad Max all the way to the end, meltdown. I can't tell you where it's going to land. I mean, if I was a betting man, it's going to land somewhere in the middle, right? Somewhere in the middle, it's going to, you know, there's going to be big fights and there's going to be some kumbaya. But it's going to be historic watching this unfold. So I can't even begin to tell you what's going to happen. I say all that with a caveat. We have to be cognizant about 2 things. Municipal doge, okay, which is a big problem for municipalities if they're doing the wrong thing. I'm putting, and wrong thing is in air quotes. Right, okay. And property taxes. The property tax debate is going to be lively next year. It's going to be very aggressive. There are folks in the Senate and some folks in the House who think the only way you can change property taxes in Florida is by increasing sales tax to potentially 14 or even higher, right? I think that would devastate some of the retailers in the state of Florida. So
In some communities.
well, I mean, where that gets really wild is that if you get rid of property taxes in communities, let's say very affluent communities that don't really have a lot of retail, like right over here, okay, what happens? How do they make up for the lost revenue? You can't. So this is a philosophical debate that's happening within the Republican Party. How do you affect property taxes? I think kind of like how I'm calling balls and strikes on how session's going to go. I think this is going to land somewhere in the middle. I think the Speaker and the Senate President are going to give the governor a little bit of what he wants. Is it increased homestead exemptions? Is it, if you're over 65, your millage rate is halved, right? There's things they can do around the fringes without removing property taxes entirely, and I think that's where this is going to end up. And then let's talk DOGE real quick. I represent a lot of municipalities. It was actually a bone of contention when I was up here fighting for my contract. Thankfully, you guys have never come up in terms of the context of DOGE, right? And the mayor is absolutely right. Power comes down from on high, especially with now statutory authority to audit. The CFO, OPB, which is the Office of Policy and Budget, and the governor's office kind of have a triumvirate where they can audit a municipality. Thankfully, one of the very first DOGE municipalities or counties was one of my clients, Broward County. So I got to work through that with them and see what it was like firsthand. I know what they're looking for. I know what they're, trying to work on. But at the end of the day, we haven't come up in any of these conversations. So I think we're in a good spot, right? So as long as we keep everything on the straight and narrow, right? Don't really get outside the lines that have kind of been colored by DOGE. And you can see they telegraph what they want cities and counties to do. Remember, they can't force you to do anything. That's what's really interesting. They can come audit you. They can tell the public about bad things, supposedly, that cities and counties are doing, but they can't really do anything about it, right? Because they're a separation of powers. It's political will, right? So listen, Broward County is getting DOGE, Palm Beach County is getting DOGE, Orange County, Dade County, right? It's becoming a thing. They've significantly slowed down. And the reason for that is we have a new CFO, Blaise Ingoglia, who's going to start really looking through the documentation. And he wants to make sure that when they are going to a municipality and they're looking for documentation or they're looking for supposed wrongs, right, they can really find it rather than just, a data dump and here's 1,000 files and we went and we DOGE'd you, right? Like he wants to show taxpayers what cities and counties are supposedly, again, doing wrong. Now, the whole crux of this is to bolster their argument on the removal of property taxes. That's it, right? This is cities and counties are misusing ad valorem revenue, so we should do something about it. DOGE is the mechanism to make that argument. So I think those are our two biggest liabilities next session, property tax and then DOGE in the interim. And then you've got a year off where it's going to be nothing but an election and it's going to be crazy. So with that, I think we've had a really, really, really good session. We're going to have another good session this year. I look forward to working with staff on putting together a couple projects. The appropriation forms just came out. I'll make sure that you have them. I think that in order for us to have enough really aggressive lead time to make sure that it's a good project, by the end of September this month, we should try to know what we're looking at. Amounts, sponsors, and all that strategic, jazz. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, I want to start out by thanking you and your firm for having such a successful season, and we will be back schlepping up to Tallahassee. If it makes a difference, we'll do it.
Yeah.
And Mimi and I just came back from the Florida League of Cities Conference.
In Orlando?
Yeah. And Mr. Doge was there.
Blaise?
Whatever his last name, crazy.
No, not him. Some little suit.
No. He was the
Yes, it
Was
was
it Eric Soskin or was it the CFO? Was it Blaise Ingoglia?
not Blaise, it was
Eric Soskin?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't.
And
Team Young.
it
Yeah.
was very interesting because his PowerPoint, which they shared one of the things, and you use the air quotes for wrong,
Right.
they're looking for wrong spending. Of course, the question, as people we're in a room of about 300 elected officials. We were sitting in about the middle of the room. At the end of his talk, we turned around, pretty much everyone had left. It was so disgusting. And, this whole concept of, wrong spending, who decides what that is? And
True.
That's the scary part of it. So
True.
fortunately, we're in pretty good shape, I think.
Yes,
Mr. McFoy.
Thanks for your light.
of course.
Wondering if you could invest my-
Turn your mic on.
See? I was wondering if you could help invest my large salary, because you seem to be pretty good at working the numbers here.
By the way, I wish I could invest my large salary and could do a 60x return. I mean, come
Yeah,
on.
that sounds pretty good to me.
An
No.
ROI.
Yeah, oh yeah.
A couple things. The mayor rightly mentioned that the balance of power between the state and the cities, the whole question of home rule and preemption and so on. Would it be fair to say that all of the concerns that we're mentioning here are not in the least specific to Lake Worth? These are things that relate to all cities
Correct.
in the state.
That's
Just-
correct.
Just so everybody's clear
Yeah.
that we're not particularly in the bullseye. Would it also be fair?
Which is good for us, thank God.
Which
right?
is good for us.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that the counties that have been in the Doge bullseye do seem to tend somewhat Democratic? I think I'm seeing a nod, so I think there's,
Well, I'll say this. Hold on. Yes and no. Right. I think large counties, right, are a target here. And because large counties have large budgets and there's often politics at play there, and there can be things on the fringes that could be, to the mayor's point, bad spending, right? I mean, one of the points that I brought up to the CFO was that, Broward County, one of the very last Democratic counties in the state of Florida, right, was the first target. And I said, is it partisan? And sure enough, the next week, Manatee County, a Republican county. And the week after that, Dade County, which has a Democratic mayor, but is
I don't
so-
think you're getting the lobbyist contract for having,
pretty
from those counties.
pretty solidly red. Well, I do represent Dade, but not Manatee.
Yeah.
But my point is that I think that in the beginning it was easy to make Doge look partisan, right, in who they were targeting. I think that has equalized out a little bit, and that is because there are large Republican areas of the state with large budgets where there could be issues.
Right. And the issue of, we're using a lot of air quotes for wrong spending or poor choices on spending, whatever you want to call it, there is sort of an issue of who has, there's two issues. One is oversight. Is it always good to have somebody look over what you're doing and maybe give some outside opinion? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. That's not unreasonable. We do that. We have financial audits, and we got 5 people sitting up here looking at the budget and so on and so
Yep.
forth. The other side is who might know better what to spend in a particular municipality? The folks that are elected in that municipality, or some folks up in Tallahassee? And I think that is something that the public needs to be aware of. Finally, my last thing is, I've been seeing, both at the Transportation Planning Agency and in the news, that Tri-Rail funding is.
Big issue.
Is on the block.
issue.
And many people in our city use Tri-Rail.
Yep.
We have a station, and it's used a lot. We do not have a bright line. We probably wouldn't that much be able to afford the same bright line usage as Tri-Rail provides. I believe the number that I heard was a shortfall of on the order of 40 to 50 million.
That's correct.
Was the number. I would just like to point out, so that people are aware, that the money that was spent to put a detention center in the middle of a national preserve was at a minimum 250 million. There are reports now that our judge has ruled that that wasn't such a good idea to put it out there, and the state could not provide any good reason why it was out there. Now there are things, well, it's going to cost the taxpayer another 200 million to take it back out. Well, they should have thought of that before they put it there. So the available money for something like keeping Tri-Rail going, a choice was made by the state to spend that. And of course, the state is busily saying that, well, we're going to get it back from the feds, but then they quickly say, but this is not a federal facility, but we are going to get the money back. And, you know, there's a good deal of dancing there.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Mr. Segridge?
Thank you very much for your work. Great to meet you in person.
I'll be drier next time you meet me.
So I have hopefully, it's just a brief question. Don't want to jump into details, just kind of litmus test, but with SB 180, we're roped into that because of Hurricane Milton.
Yep.
And definitively, there's really not a lot of damage that happened with Milton and Palm Beach County east of, let's say, the Turnpike. Is there any hope, or what are your thoughts of having east of Turnpike removed from the disaster declaration?
So I am extremely familiar with SB 180. Before I went into private practice, I was the Legislative Affairs Director for the Florida Division of Emergency Management for 3.5 years for Governor DeSantis. I was essentially like the third employee of the entire executive office of the governor. Emergency management is one of my nerdy passions. I have a massive emergency management practice, from general contractors all the way down to subcontractors. I was involved in a lot of different aspects of Senate Bill 180 because I think there are pieces of it that are good policy, right? It became a catch-all emergency management bill. There are pieces of it that I think are not great policy, right? And I think municipalities are going through that right now. There's a lawsuit, I know, that is going around. It's kind of creating a class action is not the right word, but my advice, and this is advice you can take to the grave, if you are a city or a county, I suggest you do not sue Tallahassee, okay? It is never a good idea. But the disaster declaration, I think removing a specific area out of a federally declared disaster is, number one, extremely difficult. And number two, there will be a lot of pushback from the people in that area, right? There was some damage, not to the full extent as the whole county, right? But I think that picking specific areas, you know, east of this, west of this, can cause a problem. Generally, when they write disaster declarations, it's a whole county, right? And I mean, I know the attorneys that do it at the Division of Emergency Management. I know the staffers that implement it, and that goes up to, you know, the FEMA region in Atlanta, which then goes up to DC. I'm not so sure that amending the declaration is the right play. I believe there will be tweaks to Senate Bill 180 this legislative session because of the loud, vocal outpouring from the cities and counties to all the legislators. You know, the legislators are doing their town halls and their post-session roundups right now. I mean, I spoke with Representative Fiona McFarland. She wrote the bill, right? She's in Sarasota. She's been hearing it just as much as anybody else has been hearing it, right? So cities and counties don't love Senate Bill 180, and I think there's going to be some tweaks to it next year. But I think the feasibility of amending the federally declared disaster is very low.
Thanks.
Of course.
Thank you again. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, and have a dry trip back.
Yes, I will try, and
Great.
we will be in touch on projects, and we'll get everything rolling.
Great. Thank you so
Good
much.
seeing you guys. Thank
Good to see
you.
you too. Thanks, Jared. Maybe that's what it is.
Maybe it's
the
a-
podium.
Maybe the podium.
What? Whatever it is, it's got to stop.
Could you push this away? It's off, actually. I always have a ringing in my ear, so I can't even tell.
Yeah, I can't sit through that.
Okay, now we're at public participation. Is this working? Public participation of non-agenda items and the consent agenda.
Are you serious?
What?
Who is it?
What, say what?
He said somebody's doing that ringing noise on purpose. There it is.
There, can we jam it somehow?
No, they're not on.
No.
Except for Christmas.
Okay, what we're talking about up here is there's a noise that's happening, and we're trying to figure out how to deal with it. Oh, you know who we are. You know who we are. It's a high-pitched? Yeah. Okay, we have public participation of non-agenda items. We'll start with Kim Stokes. Kim, if you're in the hallway? Followed by Noam Brown, by Ginny Powell, and Wade Hitchcock. Let's see what we got.
It's good? All right, thank you. Hi, Kim Stokes, 1321 North L Street. I'm here to just try to urge the commission again to consider what's happening with our immigrant families in this community and to take some action to support a very large population that you guys were elected to serve. We are seeing throughout the state, there are cities that are pushing back on the 287G agreement that don't want their local law enforcement partnering with ICE to do this racial profiling in their neighborhoods. I know you guys contract with the sheriff, but I think it would be worthy of a conversation to have with PBSO and say, we don't want this here. Miami Beach just passed a resolution. I think a resolution or a statement coming from the elected officials would go a long way. Because our neighbors are scared. They're frightened. They're afraid to walk their kids to school. They're afraid to go to work. I just want to read the resolution that Miami Beach passed. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, strongly opposing dehumanizing and violent rhetoric targeting immigrants. That should be a no-brainer. You guys should be against that. I would like to add that we also don't want violence committed towards our immigrant families by any law enforcement agency. It's unacceptable to have immigration beat a father on the streets in Lake Worth in front of his daughter and have silence from City Hall. It goes on to say that they also want to affirm the dignity and contributions of Hispanic and immigrant families in Miami Beach. I'd like for you guys to do that too. They're under attack right now, and I think affirming their value would go a long way for them. Rejecting language and practices that promote hunting down, caging, wrongful detention, or celebrating harm against immigrants, including the use of deadly wildlife such as alligators in the Everglades. So I strongly urge you to please allocate some staff time and legal resources to research what other cities are doing around Florida. Look at the resolutions, look at the pushback they're doing, and please stand up for this community. They're counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Noam Brown. Followed by Ginny Powell, I think.
Good evening, Noam Brown, 1701 North D Street. I occasionally wonder how folks who might otherwise be considered reasonable people just find themselves in a place where the unthinkable becomes rationalized, the unimaginable becomes normalized, and brutality becomes routine. And, so regardless of where one might stand on the issue of immigration in this country, we are at a point where there are things that are happening that are indeed unthinkable, unimaginable, and brutal. Are we saying, as Kim just referenced, that situation, are we saying that we're okay with a dad walking to school with his 15-year-old and being stopped, brought to the ground, and beaten in front of his daughter, who was then pepper sprayed right on Lucerne? Are we okay with that? Are we okay with families having their windows smashed of their home and their door destroyed by law enforcement while children are there and traumatized with fear? Are we okay with individuals and families living in fear of having their lives torn apart while they go about their day, not knowing if today is going to be the day? So that my point is that the longer that we allow these things to go on without at least making a statement and standing up to this brutality, the more we rubber stamp it and the more we normalize it. So the commission can, and in my opinion, should stand up for its residents who are living through this nightmare by publicly opposing participation in things like 287G, holding law enforcement accountable, in our case PBSO, for acts of violence that it is perpetrating in certain situations, and stand up for what's right, which in this case are the human rights of all, but especially our most vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Ginny Powell, followed by Wade Hitchcock.
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I want to say a few things about the garage design. I know we've had essentially 3 unsuccessful meetings, but you did have a choice on, but it wasn't the choice you wanted. There was a choice on the agenda for August 19th. It was 4 levels and 281 spaces. You didn't choose that. So based on the discussion that you've had, I mean, it's pretty clear what the option is that you want. And I think this is another bait and switch. You voted for the garage on the March 3rd, the March agreement. That was for a 4-level garage and approximately no more than 281 spaces. But I agree that there should be some more time, but it's also pretty clear that you want a 5-level garage that is going to have a mixed use. I see you shaking your head, Ms. May, but people voted for a 4.5-level garage that wasn't even on the agenda. So anyway, by my calculation, this would be about $3.5 or $4 million more than the 4-level garage. So, I mean, you know that I don't want the garage at all, but if I had to choose, I would say stick with what the original intent or original option was, $8.5 million. That's a lot of money. I think it would be reckless to go beyond that. But I feel like even the option for a 5-level garage, mixed use, is just really such a reach. And, also, if you either garage, I would like to see a mural. I think that would be the most attractive for our city. I think we need a mural self-guided walking tour because we have a lot of murals in our city. And I did that up in Alaska, and I think it was the town of Seward. And it was one of the few things to do there. They were revitalizing their town at the time. I mean, that's been about 8 years ago, but it's something to do. And you want to get people down here, you need a draw. Personally, I don't think WMODA is it, but I think little things, thinking outside the box. We have things we can do. We're still a great little town. Thank you.
Happy to have you organize that. I mean, right. So, okay, thank you. Wade Hitchcock, followed by Richard Pinsky, followed by Catherine Kohlmeyer.
Good evening. My name is Wade Hitchcock, 1506 13th Avenue North. You've already had a chance to look at the book that I did the pictures. We have to come up with something to slow these people down, because after the lifeguards are gone, they go on a trash in that beach. They bring all their coolers and then they leave all their garbage, and they even bag it and then leave it there. And you're gonna walk right past the garbage can. But to sit there and you want to have an image of this city, today was not the day to have people seeing what I was picking up. 4 things of dirty diapers on the beach? Come on. Are we that big of pigs?
Apparently.
But
Yeah, no.
why can't we put gates across the entrances after 10 o'clock? You gate it off, you're still able to park, you're still able to do ice cream, pizza, the pier, you can do everything, but keep them off the beach. I shouldn't be having to pick up syringes, dirty rubbers on the beach. That's nasty stuff.
And we appreciate that you do it.
But the other thing is too, I think you need to tell those guys up there who work very hard trying to keep that place clean, pressure cleaning, the pigeon crap and everything else. They work very hard.
They do.
And they need to be recognized for that. but you can see the other stuff in the pictures that need to be looked at. Because I'm doing everything I can for my street. They've cut up the road, and it's almost like, is this our new speed bump we got now? Is a cut out piece of pavement and shell rock, where they had to fix a water line to one of the houses. Now, that's been a month ago. And the guy came out 2 weeks ago. I was right there when I watched him measure everything out, and it's still there, and it's getting bad because everybody's running over it.
I see Mr. Brown taking notes.
I mean, I almost feel like I gotta go to Home Depot and I'll fill it in myself. But there's other things, and how tall is the grass before it's not, it turns into a code violation? That grass that, in that brook, that's next to my house. And I'm on a set income, and I bust my hump trying to have a nice yard. Green grass, solar lights, to outline everything, the palm trees are lit up, you know, all up by solar lights. So if I can do it on my little income and credit cards, somebody needs to do the same. Each resident needs to take charge of their street.
If you give Mr. Brown the address that you're talking
I
about.
need the book so I can give it to them.
Yep.
And the other thing is, how many times does a code enforcer have to ride by and see a dresser sitting on the sidewalk? I mean, if they can't do it, give me the job. I'll do it around in my golf cart and write people tickets. I mean, this is crazy. But we need to look into this. So, let me
Thank you,
talk to
Mr.
him.
Thank you, Mr. Fitch, and we do appreciate. No. Richard Pinsky, followed by Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by Irene Katz.
Commission, Mayor Richard Pinsky, 356 Valley Forge Road, West Palm Beach, on behalf of Copperline Partners. And I don't like being critical, because I like all of you, but fair is fair. At your last commission meeting, I pointed out that the Copperline unsolicited proposal was submitted 7 months ago pursuant to state statute, and by not acknowledging its submittal, you would be making the new P3 ordinance retroactive to some unidentified point in the past. Despite the fact that both the K Street Parking Garage and W Moda have progressed into P3 projects, there's too much proof and documentation on the record that they were first started and initiated as unsolicited proposals. By not including their submittals as also being in the past means the Copperline submittal is being treated differently and unfairly by making Copperline redo their proposal in its entirety in a new format at considerable cost of time and expense. Following the adoption of your P3 new ordinance and unsolicited proposal ordinance, you immediately went into an informal, non-agenda item discussion regarding the retroactivity application of the just adopted ordinance. You eventually reached a consensus decision that the Copperline unsolicited proposal would need to be resubmitted under the guidelines of the newly adopted P3 ordinance. I had no opportunity provided to me to provide more detailed public comment to that item, specifically to the P3 ordinance being stated and understood as more strict than state law. You just heard a synopsis of Senate Bill 180 that talks about local government passing items that are more strict to their LDR, and a P3 is certainly impacting your LDR. I respectfully submit that a better and certainly more transparent way of deciding the applicability of the P3 ordinance to the Copperline proposal is to treat it as an actual agenda item publicly noticed for the public to participate. As an actual agenda item, it will allow for documentation to be provided, and most importantly, it'll allow time for public comment. The decision to send the Horizon project to the back of the line to start all over again as a result of a non-agenda consensus discussion should be reconsidered and instead be scheduled as an agenda item for your next commission meeting. I respectfully ask that you do that. I think it's the only fair thing to do, and it will certainly put everything in perspective. You've each have heard the presentation publicly. And at the end of each item, at the end of each presentation, it concludes with, just let it go to referendum. By sending this to the back of the line and starting all over again, I don't know if we'll be able to make that timeline. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pinsky. Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by Irene Katz, followed by Ramsey McLeod.
Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I fully support what Kim Stokes and Noam Brown said to you and in their comments. On the pre-agenda meeting last week, Commissioner Malega suggested that the Commission honour Father Frank for his work of 60 years in the community, and there were no objections. Father Frank's work is working with the immigrant community and supporting humanity and humanitarian practices. I think that a proclamation or certificate of appreciation is very nice, but and as Commissioner Malega said, she believes that would be the least you could do. I think another thing you could do is to passively resist the 287G agreement, which is, according to a senior staff attorney with the Community Justice Project in Miami, not mandatory in Florida. And that person also said that we need courage from our elected officials. I think it would be very good to see some statements concerning the humane treatment of people and not using violence and force and terrible mistreatment of people, and to actually use due process. I think the city has the power to request that ICE officers are a certain distance from schools, and that all enforcement officers, including ICE, are unmasked and uniformed with their ID clearly visible. I mean, I don't know very much about what can be done, but perhaps actually having a conversation with the people who work at the Guatemalan Mayan Center and with Father Frank to ask their suggestions as to what would be helpful in this situation would be something the Commission could do. You do go out and outreach to the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Irene Katz, followed by Ramsey McLeod, followed by Penny Darling.
Hi, Irene Katz.
Hi, please speak into the,
Is that good? Is that good?
as loud as you can be, because it's for the people, we're recording this as well. So,
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Irene Katz, 418 North Federal Highway, Unit 28, Lake Worth Beach. I'm here to address the K Street Garage. I feel that I need to again state any increase in size or cost of this hideous, unnecessary, unwanted by much of the community, and wasteful garage is totally absurd. Now, I've heard, and people are saying, the plan originally was to go to 4 stories, but then it changed to 5 stories, and then it went from 5 stories to 4.5 stories. Now, I'm not an engineer, but I'm guessing that this half story is for very short people in clown cars. I don't get it. So the mission creep continues. 880,000 to demolish historic structures in order to expand the garage footprint. Never mind that the size will also increase costs, by millions of dollars. To continue with this entire WMOTA project giveaway, as it is currently envisioned, is a great waste of public property and funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Katz. Ramsey McLeod, followed by Penny Darling.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. Since you've yet to advise why you canceled the evaluation committee meeting scheduled on July 27th, and it has yet to be rescheduled, I'm under the impression something is afoot. How is it legal and transparent when you cancel a public meeting and then proceed to have a discussion, make a decision, and provide direction to staff with no citizen input? Where is your transparency when what occurred is nowhere to be found on the city's website or our YouTube channel? What have you put into motion that you suddenly don't want to be transparent about? Why do you continue to not be forthcoming with residents regarding the hiring of a new city manager? Your primary role when it comes to hiring is locating and putting in place a qualified professional to fill the role of city manager. Yet, you continue to kick this can down the road and are increasingly moving Mr. Brown into a position that could end his career in our city as a seasoned professional public works director, thus creating a greater sense of jeopardy for staff and residents. So just what is Mr. Perry's role as assistant city manager? He had been hired by Ms. Davis to fill this role, but he is being denied receiving the mentorship he deserves for someone qualified to fill the city manager position. Is he just an overpaid executive assistant for Mr. Brown? I am so disappointed at the poor attendance by members of the dais at the vigil held Monday, August 25th at City Hall for our migrant community. There was a nice mix of people and gathering to support those families being targeted by ICE in our city. This is a serious and growing concern for our residents, but apparently not to the mayor or the other commissioners on the dais, with the exception of Commissioner McVoy. There isn't a single district in our city that does not contain members of the migrant population, but apparently members of the dais don't feel it's worth their time or attention to be a, quote, white ally for them. Commissioner Segrich, might I remind you that the western edge of your district does not end at Dixie Highway, but rather at A Street and south to 4th Avenue South. This area contains a high concentration of our migrant population, but you seem to prefer to remain detached from it. As mayor of our city, Ms. Rush, you are constantly boasting about how diverse our city is. However, I was shocked at your absence and deeply hurt that it appears you only stand as an ally for certain minority groups in our city. This inaction by members of the dais has spoken volumes to those who take this matter seriously and who genuinely care about the children being so negatively impacted by the actions of ICE. So don't tell me the excuses of why you couldn't attend. You were individually invited, and you knew publicly at the August 19th commission meeting that this event was taking place. It was a choice you made not to attend. Actions speak louder than words.
Thank you. Penny Darling, followed by, followed by Tom McArdle, followed by Todd Townsend.
Penny Darling, 1701 North D Street. Good evening. I am here to also speak to the urgency with which we need action to support our immigrant neighbors, friends, coworkers, all our community members. So, as you know, we did have the vigil a week ago out on the steps, and it was very powerful. Just, you know, the youth from the Guatemalan Maya Center youth group, several of them had the absolute courage and resilience to stand up and speak straight from their heart with utter vulnerability about what they are experiencing each and every day, and probably in the middle of the night. With the trauma that they're carrying, the weight of responsibility, you know, they don't know if their parents are going to be there when they get home, if they're going to be responsible for nurturing their younger siblings if their parents disappear. It's impacting their academics, and even, of course, we know some children aren't even going to school. So, as has already been mentioned last week in the commission meeting, there have been definite instances of PBSO participating in racial profiling. Well, I'm saying definite. It has been reported, and one of your city workers reported it off the record to a PBSO officer, as mentioned last week. So I would like to join the voices that would really encourage you and actually urge you, please, to come together and do some research and figure out how other cities are standing up to this. I understand it's not a comfortable position to be in at this time, but those with the most privilege have the most responsibility to speak out, and we will support you. That's what we're here for and why we're up here. So as was mentioned, there was a resolution in Miami Beach that had several strategies, anything from harmful rhetoric to more, strongly worded things. So I would say that could be a good example to look into. I do have a few things about it. It condemns the dehumanizing rhetoric and practices. It affirms the dignity and humanity of immigrants and recognizes their contributions to the fabric of our community. It rejects the use of harmful language that promotes hate or violence, and it supports the protection of immigrant families. And it urges the adoption of policies that ensure immigrants are treated fairly and with respect, regardless of their status. And we know, the national rhetoric has been, we're going after the most dangerous criminals. And I think we have all seen the reports that that is not accurate. And people walking their kids to school who don't have a criminal background, there's no excuse to be treating people like this. So I, Penny Darling, would like to assist you in any of this work. And we have lots of local organizations who I'm sure would be very happy to meet with you and brainstorm ideas.
Thank you. That's time.
Can you email me that resolution from Miami?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Tom McCardle, followed by Todd Townsend, followed by Porcello. That's low.
Good evening. Tom McArdle, 421 South Lakeside Drive. I also have a small nonprofit called Hoops to Hope. I'm here to talk about For the Children. For the Children has been showing up for this community for a long time and serving underserved families and children in this community, not always under ideal circumstances, and that's the situation that we're dealing with right now. We have sought resolution with the city, and we're here to plea for some additional help from the city. The bottom line is For the Children has a waiting list right now, and there's limited space. There's more of a need than ever, and limited space. We ran into this issue over the summer with the summer program. We were grateful and appreciative that the city heard our plea and made available some access to the community gym and to the Osborne Community Center. It didn't happen until towards the end of the summer, and now here we are with the after-school program, and it's the same situation. It's still hot out, and as one of our local TV news stations pointed out, there's not many places that kids can go to escape the heat, and highlighted the community gym as one of those. That, however, has not been our experience, and I'd like to remind this community that For the Children shows up for anybody in need. Anybody in need. And we, Hoops to Open For the Children, I just want to say that we stand with all the people that came before here speaking up about the urgent issues with immigrants in this community. And it certainly gives you some perspective. However, this is still very important to us. For the Children shows up. When Leisure Services is putting on an activity in the city, a phone call goes out to For the Children, and kids show up in blue shirts. When there's a ribbon cutting ceremony or a photo opportunity at City Hall, a call goes out to For the Children, and kids show up in blue shirts. When PAL wanted to have a program in the Wembley Community Gym, a call went out to For the Children, and they provided kids so that they could have their program here. Without the blue shirts. So we're basically here because we've been trying to work through a solution, and I believe Tiana McKay, Director of Leisure Services, has been working very hard, but I believe directive has come from above. And the proposed solution is to make the community gym available 5 days a week, 2 hours a day, at the low rate of $10,000 a month. That was the proposed solution that was emailed to us. $10,000 a month.
For a nonprofit.
To use the community gym. And that doesn't even include, as far as I know, access to the Osborne Center. there is a for-profit entity called Perseverance Basketball that every weekend during their season, they rent out the gym at Salvation Army. If I'm a basketball person comparing apples to apples, and I look at the gym at Salvation Army and the gym, the Wembley gym is nicer, it's better, it's bigger, it can hold more people. So why they're renting that gym and not this one, I don't know, but I'm bringing that to your attention because it seems that it's an imperative to start to monetize parks and facilities in this community. It just seems counterintuitive to do it at the expense of an organization like For the Children, who has been a staple of this community and served this community for so long. And so
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Townsend? Followed by Ms. Lowe? Followed by, Hazelette? Okay, great, thank you, sorry. Mr. Townsend?
Hi, there's no name tags up there, doesn't look
Yeah,
very
we know.
good. Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. You are and act the only people who think that the garage and WMOTA are not joined at the hip. This, while Mr. Weiner expects one of those floors on that garage to be for his giant apartment building. But let's add something into the problem here. You'll need a fire lane next to such a garage, taking away more street spaces, which you'll have to add into the impossible garage. B, you are robbing our square footage on this garage by making half of those spaces compact, getting some 10 spaces that should be only 6. I think it's sketchy. You've waived off several fees from WMOTA that you wouldn't waive for some of the smaller businesses trying to start up. That bothers me. So why don't you just go ahead and make all of the spaces in the parking garage compact and tell us to get golf carts and scooters? That'll fix the math. I think we're looking at a case of mismanagement or gullibility here, and your friend Joan, the underboss, cannot help you. So whose fault is this?
Portia Lowe?
Portia Lowe, 1711 Douglas Street. I'm going to be short and simple. I'm just here to advocate for these young kids because we are begging to be able to use the community center. These are entrepreneurs, they're in a medical program, they're in childcare program, and it's hard for them to do their homework because there's so much chaos. So we can use the community center, they can go over, they can peacefully do their homework. We have dual enrollment students who were covered, we have pictures, shoved over a small desk trying to do homework because the empty building across the street was unavailable to us. So look at these faces. It's not fair. They see that building. They're hot. They're thirsty. Oh, we can't go over there, Miss Portia. We can't go over there. You can't go over there. What do you mean? It's empty. They're telling us to get the, come on. Water, nice water fountain. We have one bathroom in YEC. The kids going all the way back there. One bathroom. This community center has 3 stalls. Come on, it's not fair. I'm pleading, like, it breaks my heart. It brings tears to my eyes because these kids are doing what's right. They're trying to stay off the street. They're trying to have a future. And come on, we're looking at an empty building. YEC has gunshots in the window. It's not right. And we all know that. Come on, do us right. Please do us right for these kids. These kids go to school. They're here. They're tired. I know they're tired. They got up at 6-something. Julissa goes to school at 6:30 in the morning. She catches the tri-rail. She does what she has to do. She comes home. Miss, we want to do our homework. Oh, I can't do my homework. I got to wait till I get home at 8 o'clock tonight because it's too loud in here. There's nowhere for me to go. Come on, please, please, we're begging you. Please support us and give us some help for these kids. They deserve it.
Thank you. This is the first we're hearing about that, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, our feelings are not hurt if you leave after your statement.
We said stay?
No, you don't have to stay. You can stay if you want to. I wouldn't if I didn't have. But let's keep moving. Couple. You look about 16 years old, too. Okay, let's bring it back up again. And I am sorry, Mr. Jacine, does anyone know this person's name? Hazel, I think he just left. Okay, well, if he's still in the hall when he wants to speak, he's. Oh, okay, thank you. Missed that. Ashley Koryako, followed by Peggy Fisher. Hello.
My name is Ashley. I'm at 1701 Tropical Drive. I'm here with the Children's Inc. And I'm just asking
Can you speak
guys,
right into it? We
Yes,
can't hear
sorry.
you.
I'm asking, and I'm here with the Children's Inc. as a parent, and I'm asking if you guys can find it in your heart to find some resources to help us with the center, with the kids, with the homework, and keeping them off the streets, in the area, where it's a lot of stuff going on, to keep them on the right track. We just want them to be safe and with the community to use the center, because it's a lot of stuff going on. So if you can please help or find in your heart to meet us halfway where the kids can have access, where they can, not be amongst the crazy stuff that's going on. It can have some type of peace and sanity amongst everything that's going on, especially with the immigration, They don't have to be exposed to, what's going on out there if they're in the gym with kids. So if you can please help with that, we appreciate it as a parent of the community. Thank you so much.
And we appreciate you taking the time to come down. Thank you very much. Peggy Fisher?
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. Definitely the city shouldn't be charging any nonprofit, especially ones for children, $10,000 a month. That's $1,000 an hour. Come on, people, we can do better, and I know that's not necessarily what's in the fee schedule. Let's go back to the last meeting, and we often talk about decorum for the audience, and I think there needs to be decorum on the dais too, and not have slanderous comments made, which is totally inappropriate. So, the garage. It was never, there are problems with the design of the garage, no matter if you had chosen 4 stories or 3 stories or whatever, because of all the legal items that are in our comp plan, our LDRs, all the things that came up to you all afterwards that you all have discussed in public, discussed at your pre-agenda meeting, discussed here. And so if you want to complain about the garage, great, complain. Everybody has a right to, but know the facts, because facts seem to be something we sometimes miss in Lake Worth Beach. It is not a WMOTA garage. It is a city of Lake Worth Beach garage. And that's a fact that continually gets overlooked. So I would just ask that you all, one, address the issue of whatever it is at the community center, the community gym, community being the primary word right there, that people in our community need to be able to access our public spaces. And if you can't give them that, they have buses. Let them bus up and use the ballroom, because it's not being used. And you can give them that for free, because you're not getting money for that anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. So approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the minutes for August 15th and 19th.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Fifth Amendment to the, has been pulled, the consent agenda. The amendment to the professional services with Chen Moore and Associates for planning, zoning, and historic preservation. This was on the consent agenda pulled by Mr. McFoy. Mr. McFoy, I'm sure you want to have your 5 minutes, and here comes Mr. Waters.
Good evening, William Waters, Community Sustainability Director.
Thank you.
I was not here when it was pulled, because I was in my car when pouring down rain, so you have some questions.
I don't know, it was on the consent, Mr., like I said at the agenda meeting, that if, we're trying to keep his comments to 5 minutes, so Mr. McVoy, his light is not on, but he pulled it, so 5 minutes.
The only reason I pulled it is specifically for the planning efforts, which might or might not be part of this contract. Mr. Waters, I'm sure, can clarify on that. But Chen Moore and Associates have been associated with planning for Bryant Park. I have seen designs. I've participated in a workshop sort of thing at Compass on that. I've seen some of the work that came out of that. And I have to say that I was very concerned that the direction that the designers were going seemed to really reflect a lack of understanding of that park and a lack of understanding of how it is seen in this community, which is, from what I've heard for years and from lots of different people, is that that's a passive park, fairly natural, somewhat, but it's basically green space that you can use. It's got a lot of open space to it. People use it for exercise, they use it for biking, they use it for walking, they use it for strolling their kids, they use it with dogs. From what I've seen, those uses seem to work out pretty well. The proposal that came had an awful lot of increase in concrete, in hard space, which seems like it goes exactly the opposite direction of what most people want out of a park. So that was why I wanted to draw attention. I don't have any problem with, in general, with the, amending the contract and renewing it for another round. I do, if their planning on Bryant Park is part of that contract, I raise a lot of flags, and I've heard from a number of people who have seen the designs. I know that, I don't know if they're preliminary, they haven't come to us as a commission, but they definitely did not reflect the flavor of what this community typically looks for. So that's why I pulled it for that discussion.
Thank you. Ms. May?
Thank you. So I'm reading this and it talks about community outreach, surveying, rezoning and comp plan amendment, as well as land development amendments for the Whispering Palms neighborhood. Other additional services are related to an arborist because we don't have one. So I'm concerned, I don't understand where we're getting Bryant Park out of this.
Well, it's not. Yeah.
Right. Mr. Waters, could you clarify?
Okay. We have several different contracts with Chen Moore.
Yes, we do. This is not Bryant Park.
This is not Bryant Park.
Okay.
We have a continuing services contract. This is going to be coming up the last year we can use it, which will be FY26, to provide general planning services to us when we don't have the resources to handle those. So this contract is to add some additional money to this year's FY25 contract so we can finish out the year and cover our arborist services and complete the rezoning and comp plan amendment associated with Whispering Palms to deal with Pastor Patrick's activities on South Wingfield Street.
Right.
The other contracts with Chen Moore related to planning and zoning are the carbon neutrality element, which we have initial draft. You'll be seeing that sometime in the next quarter, and the open space recreation master plan. That's also a separate contract that's between leisure services and community sustainability. I will say that part of the design of Bryant Park came out a design neighborhood meeting specifically with Bryant Park Neighborhood Association, and the entire city was invited to give their input as to what they would like to see in that park. And that park design, though it may be not palatable to everybody, includes the the survey items and the desired activities as expressed at that public meeting. And you will be seeing that, I think we may have had individual meetings
Yeah,
with
we
you.
saw it a while ago.
And you'll see it again, and it will be up to you to decide how that is implemented if it's even completed. But this item has nothing to do with Bryant Park.
Thank you.
So what is the plan for, I mean, we don't have to go into it, but the Whispering Palms, it's gonna be the same idea? Reach
No,
out?
Whispering Palms, we've already done.
Oh, this is the
extensive
stuff for
amount of
Patrick.
research.
I'm sorry,
They
you're
decided on
right,
the zoning
Yeah,
direction.
yeah.
And
Okay.
to do that zoning, we have got to do a comp plan amendment.
Yep,
She
got it.
withdrew her objection.
I withdrew my question, I wasn't listening.
For the record.
It's already a late night.
Thank you.
Doesn't it feel like it's getting dark earlier? Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion to
Mr.
approve.
McVoy has his light
Quick-
back on?
Quick one on the arborist. I have dealt with some of the folks at Chenmore on tree-related things, several of them. I am very, very concerned in that one that the city has been cutting down a number of them. They cut down a huge, very interesting Ficus bengalense, the ficus species, the big ones that are downtown, that are also in some of our parks, that are also in a number of other parks in Palm Beach County and in Miami-Dade County. Cut it down. I took pictures of the stump. Probably 5% of it had a problem. I am not, and more were taken down on A Street. Another one was taken down previously. The first one I mentioned was taken down at Sunset Ridge. And at the same time, somebody was giving a lot of hard time. Mr. Water mentioned it. What we do on the farm with fruit trees is we prune them, keep them reachable, among other things. I had to intervene with a resident who had a lot of trouble. So I am not, the person was very nice from Chenmore Arborist, was from San Francisco, probably didn't know a whole lot about native South Florida things at that point. I am very concerned of how we as a city are doing on trees. The direction seems to be that we lose canopy, not that we're gaining. And we're losing, I don't think I need to tell anybody that it's not easy to grow a tree that's 50 years old, 100 years old. It takes a long time. So be very cautious about cutting them down. Is there a risk? Can trees fall down? Can things fall off of trees? Of course they can. But communities figure out how to deal with, especially those big ficus that are well-loved in the community. And I'm very concerned that we have been cutting them down. So that is part of this contract. I would like us to pay more attention, figure out how to translate what I hear from everybody on the commission, that we care about tree canopy. We want to increase our tree canopy. I can tell you what I'm seeing on the street and what I'm hearing also from residents is we're going in the wrong direction on that.
Thank you. Okay, did we have a motion in a second?
No, I didn't.
Motion to approve?
I was trying to say it.
For the consent agenda?
Yeah. Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, do I have a
Well,
second?
the Fifth Amendment to the professional services agreement with Chenmore.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
With the above comments, aye.
Thank you. Okay, next up is new business ordinance number 2025-11, first reading. Please read by title.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, don't we have public hearings?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, public, no, I skipped ahead. I did. Ordinance number 25-08, first reading. Please read by title that one.
No problem.
My
This is
book was sort of messed up tonight,
Ordinance
too.
2025-08, an ordinance of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 23 Land Development Regulations, Article 5 Supplemental Regulations, Section 23.5-1 Signs, Paragraph D8 related to signs on streets, and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you very much. Just to start off, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion. I have a question about this. What situation would arise that the city would be putting signs in right-of-ways? Is it just like city signs on direction or just different things? Yeah, I'm just curious.
Actually, that was a pretty good one. Yeah, we have some locations in the city that are constant areas that we are now surveilling. But yeah, it could be no dumping signs that would fall in a right of way, that'd be a dead end, it's not a through street, something like that. There's been a request at the south end for like an entryway signage to like a neighborhood sign. It's an alleyway, again, it's a dead end. We don't utilize, there are no utilities in it, maybe for an easement or something like that. So that would be something that would be like a revocable permit.
Thank you. Are there any comment cards? Madam Clerk, do you have any comments on this one?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Sorry about skipping it. Now we are on new business ordinance, I think, 2025-11. Please read by title. This is new business A.
Ordinance 2025-11, an ordinance of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 19, Streets and Sidewalks. Article 1, General, Sections 19-3, Abandonment of Rights-of-Way, authorized. 19-4, Procedure for Abandonment, and 19-5, Vesting of Abandoned Right-of-Way in Adjacent Properties. To amend the requirements and procedures for abandonment. Article 2, Utilities in the Right-of-Way, to provide for undergrounding of utilities concurrent with city projects. And Article 3, revocable permits, to amend the requirements and procedures for revocable permits, providing for severability, complex codification, and effective date, and for other purposes.
Well done. Thank you very much. Okay. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
By Commissioner May. Okay, we have some, I did not have a chance because of a lot of things to have a one-on-one with you to ask you I just have some basic questions and just a couple technical things I might take a look at. Let's see, line 285 to 287. Hold on. And this is really just not even substantive, but I thought. Okay. It talks about the director. There's numerous references to the director in the ordinance, in the old ordinance even, but in the definitions, there's no definition of who the director is. And I'm assuming it's the director of Public Works, but I think we should just add that to the definitions to straighten that out. I have a few things. Yeah, it says the director, so I don't know I think we should define who the director is. We're giving them a lot of power. Who are they? 285 to 286, and it's all through there. It talks about the director. Oh, good. Great minds. Yeah, so that's why I'm just saying we should just define who the director is. Can we do that? I mean, not like before the next reading?
We certainly can. They were all intended to reference back to the Public Works Director, which is defined, so we'll make sure that they're.
Okay, thank you very much. And then all throughout the ordinance, it's his dash her. Why can't we just, what about just going to they? Let's just say they instead of his, her. Anybody have an objection to that? Yeah. Mr. Segrich, Ms. May, do you have no objection? I mean, it's simpler. I do documents all the time, and if you've got his, her, you've got, okay, so we're going to change his, her to they. Thank you. And then there's and again, I apologize for doing this at the meeting. Usually I do this on a one-on-one. A private structure in a right-of-way. Are we talking about, what private structure would go in a right-of-way? Oh, I don't have a line for that. I'm so sorry.
Just in general.
Yeah.
It's probably related to the revocable permits. The revocable permits allow for use of the city's right-of-way without abandoning the right-of-way, so the city still owns it. The property owner signs an agreement that gets recorded that says that they have use of that area and they can put things there. So they can put a fence or, something like that. So there are improvements that they construct in the right-of-way.
Okay.
It's the revocable permit is that when the city says your time's up or we need it now, that the permit would be revoked and those improvements would have to be removed.
Great, thank you. Line 660, which talks about the insurance limits, they're just, I don't know if we've reviewed them ever, if they should be raised. That's really just an open question. Line 660.
We did review those with your risk management.
Okay, thank you. Line 824 still mentions the Building and Planning Department. I think we need to just, and again, it's cleanup stuff. Line 824. And then Line 824? Did I? Okay, wait. I was using the pages from the online doing it, so I've got like page 285, which doesn't help me now. Page 284. Okay, so if there's a building and planning reference in there, it should be changed to community, whatever. And then line 965, let me just make sure now that I've got the right line. Line 965. Yes, termination. Unless otherwise stated in the revocable permit, the permit shall terminate after the expiration of 20 years, unless surrendered or revoked at an earlier date. And I would ask staff to get a list of the revocable permits and see which ones may have expired and address them, either continue them or stop them. I think I went down on 14th Avenue South, and there's a lovely, beautiful concrete walkway that goes from Lakeside, very narrow, beautiful, until you get to a fence that says private property. And I think it's a city piece of property. I think it's just a narrow strip. So that kind of brought me up to, what else is, what other things I think there's been a little bit of using things without an actual official ability to do that. I'm not casting judgment, I'm just observing. So I think it would be good if we had a list of what revocable permits are out there. Thank you.
Inventory them?
Yeah, thank you. Inventory them. Thank you for that word. I appreciate it.
That inventory might in fact include a little bit of a photo or two.
Well,
of
yeah,
the private
yes, yeah. Okay, pay and new business. Okay, that's all I have for that one. Mr. Segrich, I think your light is on?
I would second your request for that list. That's something that I've asked for, especially the ones that go to the waterway.
Everyone, yeah.
So, okay, numbers. Line number 100.
Ooh.
So we took out the cost there and said it should be adopted by resolution. Does that mean that's going to be in the fee schedule, or are we making more work for ourselves than we have to? Okay.
Is it? Okay.
And just a quick comment on that. So anything, as we're cleaning a lot of these up, we're pulling any pricing out of any of these.
Okay.
That way we don't have to go back, and if we change it from year to year, we don't have to go back and revise these. It can all be addressed in the fee schedule, so.
Thank you.
Line number 145. We added to the definition of facilities not owned by the city of Lake Worth Beach. I was just wondering what was the reasoning for that?
That's in the area for community or communications facilities and rights of way. And so the intent was to clarify that the regulations for going through that process are for facilities that aren't owned by the city. The city will locate its facilities in its right of way.
Okay. Line number 340. So we're adding there that all permits issued hereunder are independent and not subject to the Florida Building Code or the city's LDRs. Could you guys explain a little bit about that?
Sure. So this is for permits in the right of way, and it's really just a clarification that if you get a right of way permit to do something, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's permissible under the building code or the land development regulations, that you have to make sure that you're following all those things to, for what you're planning to do.
So if that
So you
language,
have to, we're saying that you have to follow the LDRs here?
If what you're doing would be subject to the LDRs, or what you're doing would require a building permit, getting a right-of-way permit doesn't satisfy all those things. It's an additional, it's something separate and apart from those requirements.
Should it say that they are subject to the building code and the LDRs? It says they're not subject.
Technically, the LDRs do not regulate anything in a right-of-way.
Oh.
Now, one of the goals that, for this change, I believe, is we've made changes to the sign code to allow signs in the right-of-way such that say a neighborhood monument sign, technically with that language there, doesn't have to meet the building code or the, yeah. Right, but then this part, what is that? This is kind of out of my wheelhouse, but things in the right of way are usually not subject to the building code or the LDRs.
This is for kids in Jamie's world, right-of-way permits.
So a majority of the things that, well, pretty much everything William deals with is on private property, not within the city right of way. So normally things within the right of way, which we're talking about right here, is the right of way permits and everything that falls in public works.
Okay, so you could build a building there that doesn't essentially fit with our
You can't build
LD?
a building.
Well, it's saying it's not subject to. It's-
Seems like this needs
Right,
more
right, right.
clarification as to.
Go one at a time. That's what we're doing right now.
Look at that language.
I mean, we could take that offline and just get an explanation on it. It could just be how I'm reading it, but that's all. Okay. Going to line 668, the mayor touched on the insurance question, and I just wanted to ask a question, Jamie. When we had I think it was either Comcast or AT&T, and they dug up a water main or sewage main, was that in a public right-of-way? Is there?
Was this we've had multiple situations, so we had out an alleyway situation.
The one that cost multiple millions of dollars? The real big one?
Over on Florida Mango.
Yeah.
So that was actually not within the city of Lake Worth Beach boundary. That was
But-
in Palm Springs.
So is it conceivable, though, that some sort of utility construction within a right-of-way could cause tens of millions of dollars in damage?
But depending on what they hit, yeah, possibly.
Okay, so I would encourage us to, in light of that, look at these limits.
Most of what they're doing here is in our alleyways, which we have some pretty shallow utilities, but things that like Florida Public Utilities, when they were doing gas lines and everything. One thing I think they hit a water line once. We had to go out and hit that, but they were jack and boring. They're not going to be jack and boring anywhere in the city, like what happened with that, which was super deep. That's not going to be a situation where we have anywhere in the city that are doing something that major. And if they are, I mean, one of the operations that we're talking about with the utility, electric utility, that's under the Intercoastal Waterway. That's something completely separate. But we can obviously look at these limits if that's so.
I mean, is it possible to make the limits like subject to the permit that they're doing? If they're doing something that's particularly dangerous, we could increase those limits? Or with the potential of it causing more damage?
Seems like it adds a step.
We can look at that and talk with your risk management and bring something back when this comes back.
Okay.
And that would be a major change for the second reading. Okay.
And then line number 915. I'm just wondering, in this process, it seems like we've streamlined it a little, but we've taken away staff reports for the commission, or is it just assumed that we would be getting those and didn't have to have that in the ordinance?
Staff always does a staff report when something's coming before you. I think what we were trying to resolve here is that there was a kind of nod from you all, a go ahead of yes, do something. And then the staff was supposed to analyze it and provide the staff report. And I think from what we've heard from you all, is that you want the analysis done when the application's received and you want the staff report before you consider it. So it's in the process now.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May.
No, I just have
I know.
the candy in my mouth. Let's go back to line 68 and 69. The no applications for abandonment will be considered for public rights of way accessible to public waterways. I'm assuming that's new, because it's underlined. I mean, I absolutely agree with it. Does that go back retroactively, or how does that affect any of our current situations?
It depends on the timing. This is not intended to be retroactive. You still have a second reading, and it would be, the ordinance would become effective 10 days after that second reading. So I know that there was one request that was in the pipeline. The applicants have been in touch with us and would like to discuss other options instead of abandonment. So we're working through that process. They've asked us not to schedule their public hearing until we've worked through that a little bit further. And depending on timing, that one may be impacted.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Is it Mr. McVoy?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I support Commissioner Segrich's concern about the insurance limits. It seems like, from what I recall, a lot of right-of-ways do have utilities under them. And the idea of making the insurance amount be related to what they're going to do, I suspect the case that was not in a right-of-way and not even in the city of Lake Worth, but whatever they were going to do would not have had any bearing on the $15 million of problems that happened. So I'm not sure that's a good way to do it. You guys know how to do that stuff, but I think the concern about possible problems in right-of-ways, because many of them do have utilities, at least that's my recollection, that seems like a sensible thing to relook at that carefully and make sure we're doing what we need to.
We asked you to do that, correct?
Yeah. And the other one was, I just wanted confirmation that what the attorney spoke to, that the things that are crossed out starting at 9:15 through 9:24, that's because those mostly refer to doing reports afterwards, and we're indicating we want to do the reports, receive the reports before. Is the before language somewhere in there as new language up above that? I'm assuming it is, but I just looking for confirmation that we're not taking out one but not forgetting to put in the other.
So
As long, you don't have to confirm now, but if you could check to make sure that we are explicitly stating we do want to see the reports, but we want to see them before rather than after.
if you want to make sure that there is something explicit in there that staff would be reviewing and making a recommendation, we can make sure that that is in there.
Yeah, I think a written report is helpful. And then finally, my last one is I do support the, don't ask me the line number, but the one about the public right-of-ways that Commissioner May.
It's in there.
Yeah, it's in there and I support.
Right. Thank you. Ms. Mayor, do you want to?
I just want to piggyback on Commissioner McVoy's statement. So, Elizabeth, you just said, so it would be a staff recommendation. I don't necessarily know that we need a recommendation, just a summary of the request.
Like your typical staff report for an agenda.
Right. No, but not necessarily a recommendation. Okay.
And coupled with, at the time of the agenda, I mean, it's an agenda, the staff report of the agenda, that's what we're talking about.
Right, like if somebody wants to do this, what exactly do they want? But they don't need to tell us what to do, you know what I mean?
Okay, do we have any public comment on this?
Yeah, I have no problem.
Well, I'm asking the city manager.
No on this item.
Okay, thank you.
It's an emergency.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
I have an emergency. Deb, State last meeting, you directed testimony in the city wages is backing up.
Mr., please, thank you.
Yeah, can you
No.
send somebody to attend? I want to talk on this item.
We're past public participation of non-agenda items.
But I think he wants to talk
It's
on
an
this item.
emergency.
Well,
Yeah, Sewer-
I will talk.
Sewer waste is backing up into our park.
Okay.
Can you send
Okay,
something
Mr. Schultz, please really, we don't talk to each other like this. We have an agenda, we're sticking to it. Let's just, I don't know what you're asking for. Let's just go to the next, are you talking about an agenda item? Is it an item on the agenda? Yeah. what-
I'm watching the meeting and then I got my same text me. Last museum director.
Okay, this is, I know who that is. We've known her for 35 years. I think Public Works. Okay, he's already passed it on, so it worked. All righty then.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Do we not have a motion in the seconder?
We had a motion by Commissioner McVoy and second by Commissioner May.
Hard to
Okay.
keep track sometimes.
Let's call the question.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Can I have a request for a
Comfort break?
before
Sure.
we get into the
That's
referendum?
Okay, well, a little comfort break.
I'm back, Madam Mayor. It is 7:52 and we've reconvened.
Great, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Okay, we're up to new business B. Potential charter amendments for the March 2026 election. Okay, I think the best way to do this, since there's a few issues, I think let's take one at a time. I would like to start with, well, it's right there for us. Okay, I'll just take it. Do you want to, does staff want to do this, or do you want me to do it?
I was looking for my light. I don't have one.
That's not an editorial comment. Oh, yeah, Sarah's late.
Madam Clerk, I don't know if you want to give a little background on this. I know you had some conversations with the supervisor of elections as far as how many typically are on and just some of the rules. Because we obviously put multiple things on here. So if you can kind of address some of those, Melissa.
Sure. Madam Mayor, if I may.
Please.
So first of all, I would like to say that although we don't have any seats up for March 2026, should we have a referendum election, it would not be considered a special election. A special election is an election that takes place at a time outside. So March 2026 are the municipal elections. Many municipalities will have elections, and we could have a referendum only election as we did in 2020. And we did have 4,300 people come out, which was a lot higher than a lot of elections. I did speak to Wendy several times, and she suggested that when you have referendum questions, we're mindful of how many, because we don't want to go past one page. Because once you get to a second page, I'm saying one page front and back. So when you get to a second page, a whole second page of ballot questions, she said it's a very real thing that people get tired, they don't fill it out. In 2020, we had 3 questions which fit on one ballot sheet. Somebody had mentioned a mail-only election. That would be a special election. That's very different than vote by mail. Vote by mail, the voters request ballots. A mail-only election, every registered voter would get a ballot whether they wanted one or not. It would cost probably somewhere around $100,000. Wendy can address that. Wendy Link will be speaking to the commission at the next meeting, and I asked her to try to give me a more definitive amount on what that would cost, but she said it would be very, very expensive. So whatever you choose to do and want to go ahead with, just bear in mind that probably 3 questions for one ballot page would be the best way to go to ensure that people vote for everything that we're interested or you're interested in.
Thank you very much for that. That's helpful. Well, 3 on each page, so 6.
6 total.
Right, which is sort of
Well, it would depend how they lay out on the ballot.
okay. Okay. Well,
So
it's
3 total.
Well, no, it could be more. It could be up. It could be more than 3. But like the clerk is saying, how and the ballot language, how long it is, I guess would have something to do with that, ma'am.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to start out with Article 2, Section 3, city-owned property east of the A1A roadway. Currently, this section prohibits city-owned property east of A1A roadway from being declared surplus, sold, hypothecated, conveyed, or leased, except for a period of less than 30 years without an affirmative vote of the city electors through referendum. The limit on lease terms may be prohibitive or investment in, that's comment. Okay, so I'm going to start with this one because I don't think there's an issue in the past 4 years that I have thought more about, or actually for the past 20 years. And I made a comment at a meeting when we started talking about this, about, development, the beach being sacred. And I have really thought long and hard about this. In the next few years, our finances are going to be a little bit better because our pension obligation is going to go down. And I just checked with our finance director. That's going to be to the tune of a few $1 million. we also, in the next few years, we're going to have the actual city is going to be actually started getting some of the ad valorem taxes from where the CRA is now getting. I have conferred with some developers and some development attorneys that about the feasibility of the golf course standing alone as its own development, or the west of A1A. And I have come to my own belief is that we, given the fact that we're going to be financially, hopefully in a few years, a little bit better, I would like to see us leave the beach alone. That's my feeling. I would like to not have that on the agenda. I would like to, the golf course, the beach, and like I said, I don't want to prattle on about it, but I've been thinking, I've been talking to people, there is something about our beach that is quite unique. And I know that we're in a mood to monetize and we do need the revenue, et cetera, et cetera. But I do think that if we can manage to work on west of the Intracoastal and improve our finances and get more tourists with a golf course, with a hotel, that if we can maintain our beach and keep it the way it is, it's charming. It's part of our city. I really think that. And as much as I am, I'm not pro or anti-development. I take things as they come. But I just thought to myself, once it's gone, I don't want our residents to feel like visitors at a fancy hotel. And I think that that's probably one of the things that would happen. I mean, I drive to the beach pretty much every day. One thing about the beach, I wish we could actually see the beach. The old configuration, you could actually see the beach. Now I have to stop at the North Circle and try to see a little bit of the beach, a little bit of the ocean. I'm a little annoyed about that, but that's for another day. So that's my feeling about that Article 2, Section 3. I think we should not include that on any referendums. That's just my feeling. Mr. McVoy?
Maybe if Commissioner May has a comment specific on that one, we could.
Well, we're going by that.
We're doing one at a time.
We're doing one at a time, I said.
Okay, that's fine. I did have, before we got into going one at a time, and thank you, Mayor, for your comments. I think your comments speak to what a lot of people in this city do feel. So
I'm just a resident.
Which are you resident?
I said I'm just a resident like everybody else.
Yeah, no, I certainly hear very similar things, so I would support that. I did wish to comment a little bit just about this whole issue of putting charter amendments on our ballot. So this applies to all of them, not specifically to this one. And that is that, I think we need to recognize that our charter is our strongest document. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that when we're sworn in, we actually swear to not only uphold the Constitution, but also our own city charter. And so one of the things I wonder is, where are these charter amendments coming from? Why is this being proposed? Because nobody who's up here ran on a position of, hey, we ought to modify our charter. So it's a little odd that way. Then a number of the proposed ones talk to, our current charter is prohibitive of investment and redevelopment. Well, maybe it's protective of the nature of our city, and maybe that's something that this community has asked for on numerous occasions, somewhat along very much the line of what the mayor just spoke to. So I am quite concerned that we are moving forward to put things on the ballot. It's a little complicated. The community needs to be aware of that as a commission, or as a city at least, and maybe the attorney can clarify some, but we're quite restricted in what we can say about things that we put on the ballot. So as a city, we can't say, hey, this is a really good idea or this is a really bad idea. I don't know quite what we can say as individual commissioners or as residents. That is a little unclear to me, but it makes it a little hard for people to know, hey, what are the implications of these things? Why are we doing this? All that. And finally, I would say that, in the past, when we put things on the ballot for charter, we had a charter review committee that met for a period of time. I think several years. They voted, they there was a process that said, hey, yeah, there is a problem, and maybe we need this solution. This seems to be bubbling up from who knows where, not from people elected that campaigned on it so that people could know what they were getting into. So that concerns me a bit. And from there, as far as Article 2, Section 3, city-owned property east of the A1A, that's basically the beach. I totally agree with the mayor, leaves the 30-year limit on it, and don't mess with that.
Thank you.
Don't put it on the ballot.
Thank you. Ms. May?
Okay, so I'm actually kind of shocked that you guys are giving your opinion up here, because we have talked so much about allowing people to have their voice. And this is the time that we would be doing that, changing the charter. And now we're saying we're not going to give people their voice. And that doesn't make sense to me. Whether I agree or disagree, that's between me and my ballot. But we've talked about this. This isn't new. We've talked about development. I mean, whether we think it's a good idea or isn't a good idea, I think we should at least allow people to vote and to tell us what they think. And then if it comes back with 90% of the people don't want the beach to be changed, great.
Okay, I guess I'm just saying I don't support it.
I understand you don't. And I don't necessarily either, but I'm not, it's not my job to make that vote. You know what I mean? Like, I really feel like we put it out there, we see what they say, and then we come back. Because it's not just one development. It's not a hotel specifically. Who knows what it could or couldn't be. But if somebody wants to invest quite a bit of money, they're going to need to be guaranteed an ROI, and it's not going to come with less than 30 years. So
I know.
it really does limit the kind of investment that can be done on the beach. I mean, we're going to have the same discussion on the next one anyway. But I still think it would behoove us to allow the citizens to vote on that.
Thank you, Mr. Segway.
So on this one in particular, we have many residents who want a pool on the beach. We have many residents that would like to see more green space on the beach versus a giant parking lot. We have many residents that would like to continue to see our wonderful pier with bennies on it. And if that suffers significant damage, or we find out there's significant damage, these are all things we don't really have the money to do. If we did, the pool would have already been redone a long time ago. And I've watched, since I moved here, this commission vote on designs for the pool and try to put financial constraints on it, and nothing ever happening with it. And, I agree with Ms. May that we should give people the chance to vote on this, because if we up here do not put this to referendum, we are basically saying no pool, no changes, because we can't afford it. And even with the financial windfall of the pension program and so on, it sounds like a lot of money, a couple $1 million. We have been underfunding our roads to the tune of a couple $1 million a year for the last 10, 20 years, to the point where it's a $90 to $100 million problem. So I think, we need to really consider this, that if people want to see any kind of change at the beach, any kind of significant difference, whether that be a pool, some sort of parking garage, and convert the existing parking into more park and open green space, expansion of any of the retail down there, and God forbid there's something wrong with the pier, major structural damage, this is something that they need to consider. Now, there are projects out there that are touting very major changes, hotels and major building and major development and so on the beach. And I can understand the trepidation that people have with that. But even to accomplish some of the smaller changes that people have been begging for at our beach, we need lease terms that are amenable. to someone coming in, investing in that property, and they themselves being able to actually recoup their investment. So, by us saying no to this, we're essentially saying no to the rest. And, I hear you, Mayor, having thought about it long and hard and considering the other financial stuff coming in, but the money we're getting from the pensions, it's not going to pay for that. It's going to go hopefully into infrastructure and some of the stuff. As a city, I really do think we need to consider this if we want to do something with that property. And then, to address something that Mr. McFoy said, none of us ran on this. I beg to differ. I was very open and in almost every one of my public engagements talked about the need for change to our city charter, specifically this item, because of the revenue needs of our city. And there are a lot of projects that our city and our residents would love to have that we just can't afford to do on our own. And this would enable us to do that. And it doesn't necessarily mean hotel. There are many projects that people have been dying for that this helps enable. So I would ask us to consider it from that light.
Understood.
Also, I would hope, before we go through the rest, I would love to hear public comment before we actually take a vote on anything, because I think that's very important to
Absolutely.
hear.
And we have a lot of public comments from the last time when it didn't get heard.
Right. So if we
Well, let's
could
have
hear-
Mr. McVoy speak and then maybe take a break and maybe listen to the public comments. And, from what I'm hearing, and I respect, the difference of opinion. What I'm hearing, though, is if we're not, are we going to go through each one and change, are we just going to approve them as written or?
I don't think
Okay.
they're not written.
All right. Okay. So, Mr. McVoy, and we're keeping to 5 minutes.
And I appreciate the clarification from Commissioner Segrich that he says, that he did specifically indicate that he was interested in changing our charter to allow longer leases at the beach. It's an interesting argument that we shouldn't have any opinion on this. I guess from having been involved and having gotten involved with Lake Worth politics through the beach in roughly 2009, 2010, when there was another attack on it being a publicly owned beach that was a beach. It was for folks to go hang out and look at the ocean and things. It is not our most valuable property. That's not how most people view it. They view it as one of the few remaining uncommercial or minimally commercialized beaches around. I just drove up yesterday with my wife we didn't drive all the way from Miami along the coast, but we did from Hallandale Beach, the whole way on the coast except one stretch where you can't. And I have to say, we are unusual here, that we do not put big old buildings on the beach and do not have it primarily a commercial thing that we're looking to make money off of. I had an interesting call from a resident today who said, all these claims that if you only let us fill in the name of the developer, and I've heard these a number of times over the years from having been involved since 2009 on this sort of stuff. If you only let us do this, the roads will get paved with gold and there'll be money for the streets and there'll be money for this and you can have a pool, but you gotta let us have a 99-year lease. That resident pointed out to me that if we had put in a 99-year lease in the past, that was when Calvin Coolidge was in office. That was when Don Juan, apparently the first talkie movie, first came out. No to longer leases. No to our job as leaders to protect and think about the big picture of what is important to this community. And what I have consistently heard from people is, don't mess up our beach. Don't mess up the beach. And, of course, it's the most valuable property, and a developer is going to make multiple millions, and they're going to give it all to us to fix the roads. This same resident said, you know, if you heard this pitch on your computer, you would quick call IT and say, hey, I'm being phished. And I thought, well, that's an interesting perspective. I kind of agree with that. So, no, I think it's very much our duty to say, no, this is not a good idea. Don't cave to the pressure on that one.
Thank you.
So I'm a definite.
Okay. And I have to say that I know how I feel, but I also have to respect what you guys say. And in terms of, you know, if the public doesn't want it to happen, it won't happen. I prefer personally the sort of, for my own desires, having lived here for so long, to set it aside and keep it like that. But I also understand that, and one thing I will say, I have spoken to some people that are like newly moving into the city. And my nostalgia about the beach is a little bit different than theirs, but I guess it's going to be for, if these are going to go on the ballot, then the people that are for it need to work, and the people that are against it need to work. Okay, so Mr. Segrich, Mr. Brown. Okay, now we're going to go to the public comments from the last time. Madam Clerk? I'm sorry?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Real quick.
So, you know, just another thing to consider, since 2009 and 2010, when these referendums were changed, over 70% of our housing stock is turned over. That means a huge shift in who lives here. And that's a huge reason why I think we need to go out to the residents and have them decide.
Okay. Put it to the jury. Mr. Brown, and then we're going to listen to the comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I believe Commissioner McVoy had mentioned it before. The city, when it comes to ballot initiatives and stuff, we cannot advocate one way or another. I guess I would have to refer to the attorney you had asked about personally. Could you guys personally advocate? And I don't know. It's more of a legal thing. But we as the city cannot one way or another advocate. So.
My off-the-cuff answer would be no, because you would be seen as representatives of the city, but I will double check before we move forward.
Yeah, well, this was like, do we put it on or don't we put it on? So I was just giving my reasons for my beliefs of not putting it on.
And Madam Mayor, the only other thing I was going to mention, because Commissioner Cedric had mentioned it before, but I believe that the term is windfall. Yeah. We definitely do not have a windfall. Just a reminder, decades of deferred maintenance. Mm-hmm. So yeah, we want to have the official report as far as from the actuary until June, July of next year. So that it's nothing official yet. We know about what we're looking at, but again, that is just small drops in a bucket for what we actually need to address here in the city. It's just been too many decades of not being able to address what needs to be addressed. So we definitely we're not going to have a massive pot of money to just do whatever we want with for quite a while.
I didn't suggest that we were. Okay, so Madam Clerk, we are going to now hear the public comments of the folks that tried to do the public comment last time. Okay, so do you have a card in for now? Okay. So Madam Clerk.
You want to do the people that are there now first, or do you want
Sure.
me to do?
Why don't you do that? If you have a card in, let's see. Okay. Ginny Powell is here. Richard Pinsky is here. And then Ramsey McLeod.
Is this on?
No.
This. Hello. Good evening again. Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. I totally agree we need to vote on this. if you vote to put it on the ballot, but you don't have to vote to put it on the ballot, as Christopher McVoy said, Commissioner McVoy, there once was a charter review committee. I don't know the status of that. The other thing is, I mentioned once before when the Ziskovich, is that how you say it? Ziskovich proposal came forward, I suggested that we have a charrette to see what the people want. That's what we did for the L&M property in 2022. 3 sitting commissioners supported that. And we had a very good plan that came out of that. And then somehow, I don't know how it happened exactly, and I'm sure, it was fine. Mr. Wiener came along and that went out the window. But I think we need a professional level charrette to figure out some things that we want, not just for our city, but for our downtown. I think this is premature. I think we've got the Gulfstream coming on board. We've got not just the Gulfstream, the annex. I don't know that we need a hotel on the beach at this point in time, and not for a while, in my opinion. I think extending the lease terms, increasing height limits. I fought for the height limits at one point, and I broke my leg canvassing for the height limits. So that's pretty near and dear to my heart. And that was as a result, I think, of the Lucerne building. Also, I don't know if former Commissioner Diaz ever spoke to you all about a plan for the golf course to discuss with the county a way to put in a system of stormwater ponds and so forth. County gets a lot of grants. Maybe those aren't available anymore. They built the Snook Island project. I forget what that cost, but it was millions of dollars. Not talking about just the public use. I'm talking about the whole thing that covers the 1.6 miles of the golf course. So
Thank you, that's time.
worth looking into, seriously worth looking into, but they need an advocate on the commission to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Pinsky, followed by Ramsey McLeod.
Hey, Commissioners. Richard Pinsky, 356 Valley Forge Road, West Palm Beach, Florida, on behalf of Copperline. I certainly appreciate the opinions of the commissioners. But really, on behalf of Copperline, we are not asking for you to advocate for, push for, or change your charter. We do believe that the voters will have all the opportunities about all the public comment to voice their opinion. A charrette, getting input, all of that is the same and can be easily done with a referendum. Vote it up or down. We've been very transparent from the beginning. That's all we've asked for, was allow it to go to referendum. And what is going to referendum? The second half of the sentence that you read earlier, Mayor. Height restriction, development restriction, lease restriction, without the affirmative vote of a majority of the electors of the city of Lake Worth at a properly noticed and scheduled referendum. Meaning, don't touch your charter. All you have to do is put on the ballot a referendum that says, should the city be allowed to negotiate a 99-year lease? You don't have to do the 99-year lease. This is the permission for you to hear the proposal and decide whether you want to do it or not. Not here tonight to talk about the merits, how much money you can make, whether you want to pave roads with gold, whether you want affordable housing. That has nothing to do with anything. What we're talking about tonight is giving the voters of the city of Lake Worth an opportunity to say, okay, commission, we're going to give you permission to enter into a 99-year lease if you think it's worthwhile. If it gets voted down, you have not changed your charter. Why would you go through and change your charter when all you have to do is have a referendum asking the voters, should the commission be allowed to take that option? And if they
Thank
vote
you, that's time.
Thank you, Mr. Pinsky. Next up is Ramsey McLeod, followed by Kim Stokes, followed by, Catherine Kohlmeyer.
I'm seeking a clarification right now. Are we addressing this article by article, or are we addressing all of them that are
What we're
up
doing,
for
we're starting
discussion?
Article by article, like we said at the beginning, article by article.
Okay, so if we have a comment for each article, then we make one and come back up?
However you want to do it, we can take notes of what you're talking about, but we're talking about this particular thing right now.
Okay. And that's Article 2, Sections 3 and 4, the height, the length of time? Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I just want to be sure. First off, I'd really like to know who
Name and address for the record, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Melissa. Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. First off, I'd like to know who identified what articles needed to be addressed and what was their motivation to do so right now. I know it wasn't the Volunteer Charter Review Committee we had at one time because you disbanded them after the previous recommendations they made. So why weren't they reactivated to review the articles that you apparently now have a concern over? Why was there no outreach to the residents for their suggestions or input? Article 2, Sections 3 and 4, I support the periods of time listed. We don't need to change those. Any development on the beach isn't for Lake Worth, it's for Palm Beach residents and their visitors. Article 3, Section 2, elections and terms. Voters already told you what your term limits are. We have spoken and no changes need to be made. Certification of election results. I support having the county supervisor of elections certify our election results instead of the city commission. I'd like to add, however, to Article 4, Section 3, city manager vacancy. There is one sentence listed. I'd like to add another. Should the vacancy of a city manager be permanent, the city commission shall have 90 days to begin the process of finding a replacement. However, in the event of a natural disaster, the city commission will have a total of 180 days in which to start this process. The process shall continue uninterrupted or delayed until the position of city manager is filled. Article 4, Section 10, Police and Fire Departments. I would put a hold on this section and keep the contents. It would be a resource for others to reference should it be needed. Article 4, Section 11, Building Heights. No changes to our building heights. However, I find it interesting that this is coming forward while an unsolicited proposal is being circulated through the city. So what was the motivation behind this issue suddenly coming to the forefront? General, special, and runoff elections. Since the runoff election cost has increased substantially over the years, I think the candidate that gets the most votes should be declared the winner. This will save the city an unnecessary expense and allow us to be more in line with other cities in Palm Beach County.
Thank you. Kim Stokes, followed by Ms. Kohlmeyer.
Hi, Kim Stokes, 1321 North L Street. I'm against having this referendum election without consulting our Charter Review Committee first. I'm actually the one that's shocked here, Commissioner May, that you're shocked about elected officials having opinions on things that they actively heard from voters on during their campaigns. Talking to select people in private groups and saying, I kind of want to change the charter because there's not an investment, isn't the same as putting it on your mailers, putting it on your door hangers, putting it on your website and saying, I am running because I want to open up our beach for massive new private development. I didn't see that on any of the mailers or flyers in my district. I don't know, I didn't follow District 4. This is not how you give people a vote, because we do have lobbyists out there that are going to pour money into this campaign and try to convince the voters that this referendum is in their best interest, and they are not going to have enough information. It is what, September, and you want to put this on in March? Who is going out and letting all the residents know what's really going on? I don't want to have to do it. There's so many other things I need to be dealing with in this city right now, like human rights abuses that you guys have turned your backs on. This is not something the city needs to deal with right now. This is premature. Do a town hall. I don't know, was my town hall the last town hall? I might have missed one in the last year and a half that you had. We were going to rotate them every quarter. Do town halls, do real outreach, bring back the Charter Review Committee. Putting this out like this to a vote is not the way you hear from the voters. And when you say stuff like that, it comes off really disingenuous. I know you think you're making the point that you need to make to feel good about going about business this way and not turning your back on the public, but it's very disingenuous. It doesn't work that way.
Thank you. Ms. Kohlmeyer?
Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I agree that just having a single vote is not particularly democratic in this example. You should have the Charter Review Committee reconvened. you should have public input and public meetings to say what should be on the charter and what should be changed or not. Have the Charter Review Committee consider it, have many public meetings and outreach, because it is true that the people with the most money can make the most impact, can give disinformation and misinformation, can spin things the way they want to. And Commissioner May is shaking her head, but this is real life. This is what people do. I'm not doing it. I'm saying that that's how political advertising works. So it is not long enough to have this on a referendum, and nobody's going to be paying me to go out and educate people, but the developers with a lot of money are going to have plenty of money to go out and persuade people. So we need to do it properly, a proper process where there's a charter review committee. In Ireland, they had citizens' assemblies to consider the question of abortion and to put that on a public vote. That went on for years. It was a very important issue. It went on for years. And Ireland, a Catholic country, made that important vote after the citizens' assemblies met and considered and interviewed experts and met with the public. It was a long process. I'm not suggesting we have that long a process, but a charter review committee is the way to go with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, that is the folks that are here. So let's hear from the folks that aren't here tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
First comment is from.
I'm sorry. We have a couple latecomers,
Yeah, sorry. I didn't want to walk in front of people.
a couple interrupters. You're just going to.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
All right.
I know.
Okay, so don't go away.
It's on this topic here.
Okay, yeah, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I'm Greg Richter,
And your address is?
1202 South Palm Way.
Thanks.
Thank you all for taking this up. Interesting comments from the dais. The 30-year lease that went on, that's east of A1A, that did not come out of a charter committee. That came out about 6 years ago. I just first moved here. We were talking about the public-private partnership of the beach then. So the city commission put on the ballot to extend that to a 30-year lease, because we had a number of people contact us about building a pool, not a hotel, but building a pool and a parking garage at the beach. I don't know where they went, but that's why this came. This did not come out of a charter committee. I do think if you're going to make some other changes, like I see in the voting thing, then I think you do need to go back to charter committee, because we just voted on what the process is, and now we're going to change it. I don't think that's fair, but I just wanted to clarify the 30 years did not come out of a charter committee.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher?
There's been, Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. There's been a lot of comments about the Charter Review Committee, which was sunsetted, whatever you want to call it. Well, that was done by people that are not on the commission currently. Two people weren't, and two people were, and including one person who has spoken and said, oh, you need to have a Charter Review Committee, and another person who was in District 4. So it's now all important to have a Charter Review Committee. If it was that important, why wasn't the Charter Review Committee maintained? If you were that important of having a Charter Review Committee, why did you vote to disband it? And I don't know how everyone voted, but I know it took 3 votes to get it disbanded, and so I can pretty much think of at least 3 of those votes. I do think it goes out to the public. That's what's been called for repeatedly. Oh, let the public know, let the public know. And that's funny, because I'm sitting here looking at Commissioner McVoy, who won't even look at speakers because he's too busy typing on his laptop, that he recommended at pre-agenda meeting, you will not have laptops, not have cell phones, not have anything else. So I think it's important to engage with the people, the public, that come up here and talk to you all and not always have your head down. And I know Commissioner McVoy, before he was a commissioner, sued the city to keep the beach public. And I think that's great. I think it's unfortunate that we let the county tell us how many parking spaces we had to provide for county residents versus city residents. And that was an agreement made by a previous commissioner in negotiating to take money from Palm Beach County. So there's all sorts of things playing here, and we're only telling parts of it here and there. I do think.
Thank you, that's time.
To the public.
Thank you. Okay, any other latecomers? Madam Clerk, you're up.
Okay. Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. I'm against the proposal to put pro-developer charter amendments and pro-incumbency charter amendments on the ballot for March 2026. Contrary to the staff report, putting charter amendments on the March 2026 ballot when we have no citywide or even city district races is a terrible idea. Contrary to the staff report, which is based on no evidence at all, putting charter amendments on the March ballot when there are no state races, no city races, and no national races will not be a good opportunity to take the temperature on how residents feel about selling off our beach or golf course to a private developer. The vast majority of residents will not turn out for a charter amendment election with no national, state, or city races. Rather, these important proposals, which city residents have already rejected, should be put forward on a November ballot with national, state, and/or city races so that the city actually hears from a large majority of voters and not just those that pay close attention to the shenanigans at City Hall. I'm against putting all the proposed charter amendments listed in the backup on the March 2026 ballot, except for the ones directed to election certification and the police/fire department, which appear to be housekeeping and likely also necessary. Susan Mason, 806 North M Street. Regarding potential charter amendments, I am strongly against the proposed process. This is a major topic and needs real public input. Create a task force from a variety of residents, have open houses, workshops, and charrettes to let residents and non-moneyed interests decide what, if any, changes are needed to the charter. This has been done in the past, and that process should be used again. Only after that schedule an election for majority approval. No to adding this to the March 2026 election. This proposed process with no public input has no public support. Giovanna Dominguez Timor, 301 8th Avenue North. I'm opposed to any special election for city-initiated charter amendments in 2026. I'm not surprised to learn, but vehemently opposed to any proposal to increase political office terms to 3 from 2 terms in place now, which already allows for a great number of unfortunate outcomes that must be endured for many years until the change can finally take place via a new election. Article 4, Section 10 proposes the deletion of this section, citing we have no police or fire department. Yet in the very next section, there is a proposal to increase the vertical height limits of buildings in our city. An incredibly irresponsible proposal when the first order of business prior to such a proposal should be an increase in police and fire personnel who will be dedicated to the area and at the ready to respond to high-rise fires and increase calls for service. Height restrictions must stay in place for quality of life, which first and foremost should include safety. This should not even be entertained by any responsible body until all supporting infrastructure is in place and strictly dedicated to our city. Developers will demand vertical height increases that will ruin the quality of life Lake Worth Beach residents treasure, and they will continue to do it without consideration for this crucial item. I'm also opposed to increasing terms of lease agreements to developers regarding our public spaces. This is something that should be decided by we, the voters, and not by the current commission majority. Irene Katz, 418 North Federal Highway. I say no to a special election for city-initiated charter amendments in 2026. bring back the Charter Review Committee for public participation in this process. The election in 2027 gives the city time for a well-thought-out process of charter amendments. The last comment is from Alex Schultz, 612 2nd Avenue South. Dear Palm Beach County Comptroller Caruso, congratulations on your appointment. The campaign for the November 2026 election starts today, and one issue will be Lake Worth holding a charter referendum in March 2026 when it should be held at the same time as the clerk and comptroller election in November 2026. It should be noted the Inspector General is under the comptroller. There will be a special election so that your state representative seat can be filled in time for the 2026 legislative session. Since South Palm Beach and Palm Beach residents will be adversely impacted by proposed Lake Worth Beach development, a major issue in the special election for these residents will be the beach development. By November 2026, there will be 2 elections dealing with poor development and poor management in Lake Worth Beach. Despite giving away tens of millions, Lake Worth Beach has even refused to obtain actual WMOTA Glass Museum attendance records, something you should direct the Inspector General to immediately obtain. That's the last comment I have on this item.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Well, I have a question. Oh my gosh, Mr. Brown.
Yes, I wanted to, Madam Clerk, could you address the actual, and I know Wendy Satori-Link, also supervisor of election, she'll be here at the 16th meeting, but can you address what she has stated as far as the November election next year?
Thank you.
And what elections we would have the ability to add something like this for?
We have the ability to add something to March, or March. We cannot add to August, we cannot add to September, we cannot add to November. No way, no how. I saw her last week and brought this up again, and she laughed because she has said it multiple times. We can only put it on the municipal ballot.
Yeah. Is that her desire or is that a rule? I mean, I'm really curious about that.
Well, you can certainly ask her when she's here, but I think because of everything that goes into the ballot for all the other elections, that she does not allow any municipal questions or anything on non-municipal ballots.
Because I also think the turnout in November would be better than the turnout in March. I mean, I would much rather have it in November.
Yeah, it's good timing that we have her coming for the next meeting.
Yeah.
That's why it was good we actually had this conversation in this meeting, so we can take a lot of these questions and ask our supervisor of elections, so.
Okay. Okay, so moving right along. We have done the, okay, now we're looking at election and terms.
So are we voting on this one? Are we voting on each individual? Are we
I'm not
voting
sure
on the
what we're
package
voting
deal,
on.
or how are
Well, it's not, it's direction. They're looking for directions, not necessarily an up and down vote. Am I wrong? Am I right, Madam? I missed.
That's right. Again, a lot of these came from conversations we've had, to bring these conversations forward. So we've kind of, staff has put these together based on different conversations we've had over a long time here, as well as identified things based on development, things that we see as obstacles if we want to start generating some revenue and some other things. So we wanted to compile all these, have the conversation. There is no vote that needs to take place tonight. We're just looking for some direction. Is this something you guys would like staff to look into further? I've heard multiple things as far as a charter review committee. Is that something you would like staff to try and put together? I believe, Melissa, it is December, I forget the exact date, where we would have to actually have charter language together and submit the SOE, December 5th. We would have to have the actual ballot language together, submit it to the SOE if we wanted to have anything on an election for March.
Ordinance, for language to be on the referendum, it does have to be approved by ordinance.
Right.
So each
Oh, right.
ordinance has to have 2 readings, so you're really looking.
Beginning of November.
have something October, November.
Okay.
So just direction, that's all we're looking for.
Yeah.
If the direction is you guys would prefer not to do anything, then that's direction as well, so.
Yeah, okay, and these things have come out, and everyone we've talked about in public comments along the way. I would really like to see, I would ask Ms. Link, is that a rule or is that your, because I think number one, November, there'd be more time for people to talk and also be more turnout. All right, but let's keep going. Election, so I guess the question is not, correct me if I'm wrong, folks, is not whether we're going to change, like the next one is the three-year lease. It's not, what are we looking for? We're looking for the language, or do we think we should put this on the referendum? So I think that's kind of what our question is.
I think, do we put it on there?
Right.
Do we put it on there, as well as do we change what's there? And is there other things that we want to see? Because these came from staff out to us.
Well, I mean, but it's not just they made this stuff up. The past
I'm
few
not-
years that
yeah,
we've
I'm
all
not-
been working
I'm not-
on these things.
I'm not saying
I know you,
but I heard one thing in public comment that made a lot of sense that we may want to add. And, my original comments were on just the overall merits of it, but I have some specific suggestions and some ideas to the first one that might make sense to people. So if I could.
For Article 3, Section 2, or
Article 2, Section 3.
Article 2, back to the beginning.
The first one, the beach one.
Yeah.
Okay, we have to be careful of time. We're going to run into a workshop.
Madam Mayor,
Yep.
you have 11 minutes and 1 second left.
Yeah. I think we should workshop this. I mean, as horrible as that sounds, as budget meetings and everything else, I think we need to workshop this. I think we need
each
to be
one
able
of
to
these
talk more.
deserves its own
Yeah,
discussion.
Yeah. Okay, so would somebody make a motion to table this?
I would make a motion to table this and bring it
Is
back
tabling
as a.
correct?
Instead of tabling it, I would suggest that this be scheduled for a workshop.
Postponed, okay, scheduled for workshop.
But wait, if we make it a workshop, we don't have public comment. So it should be a special
We can
meeting.
waive that, we can.
No, let's just make it a special meeting.
We just have a different name.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the same thing,
All right,
except the public gets
so-
to talk.
We can always, but I'm just saying, we can always waive the rules.
Before we go to that
Wait.
motion, could I put in a comment that based on what we've heard, which is,
No, because we've heard from like 6 people.
but,
But I think we should do the,
wait a
the
minute, somebody, a
the
commissioner
special-
just said I can't
Miss
say.
May is speaking. She has
I had the floor.
You do not have the floor. I have the floor.
Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to bring this back at a special meeting, and that we have each of these items be its own item deserving of discussion, so that we're not limited in time to each item.
Do I have a second? I'll call again for a second. The motion fails.
I'd like to make a motion that we consider figuring out, do we still have a charter review committee? Did we actually close it down, which I don't think we did, or at least I don't recall doing that, and that we either as with a special meeting or in parallel or after the special meeting or before, investigate what we've heard from the community is that this needs to be a robust discussion with a lot of public, whether that's through a charter review method or through assemblies or whatever it is, but some way that it gets some, so that we really see that, yes, there's a lot of support for doing this. So my motion would be that we move this to a charter review committee, and as a first stage of really making it public-driven rather than us-driven.
That's a motion. Do I have a second? Calling again for a second. The motion fails.
All right, I make a motion that
Working
we,
down the line.
I'm gonna combine both of them and come up with a compromise. I make a motion that we bring this back in a special meeting. However, I'd like to give it some time so that if we choose, we can have meetings with our district to listen to what they're saying, that we can bring back, go to the people in our district, bring it back, as well as have the people that want to come to City Hall be able to talk. But I think it is important to go out and ask these questions. So I'd like to do it, but I don't want to do it until October, the first or second meeting in October.
Which we'll have no time to get all that done for this meeting. for
Well,
this-
we're not going to have it done. Well, it's
No,
a
no.
special meeting, so it doesn't matter.
No,
So
no,
it
no,
could
no,
be
no,
somewhere
no, I
else.
mean for the election. I don't, if we do that, and I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but I just think recognize the fact that if we do start doing that, which I'm not opposed to, we won't make the deadline for the December 5th.
Okay,
No, actually, the
so
November.
we
We have to do it all in the next 4 weeks.
Okay,
If you wait to have first reading of your ordinance, if you decide to go with any charter questions, if you waited till your first meeting in November to have your first reading on your ordinance, your second reading would have to be at your second meeting, so it leaves almost no room for any delay or change or error in advertising or anything, so just to be aware of that.
I will.
Mr. Brown, hold on, then let me finish
not
my.
done. Yep.
So, okay, so if we put the special meeting at the beginning of October, like October, first week of October, maybe the Thursday after our meeting or something like that, then we would have time to do that, right?
If you gave direction at your special meeting on which charter amendments, if any, you would want to proceed with, then that would give us direction to draft the ordinances. And so that would give us some time to get those drafted.
And what if people came with other ordinances that they wanted?
We'd be taking direction from you all at that meeting, regardless of whether they're on this list or some other list or no list at all.
Right.
That's why we haven't drafted anything yet.
Right.
It's a waste of time to draft all of these.
We appreciate that. Mr. Brown?
Yeah, so we would first have to identify a date for the special meeting that would work with all 5 of your schedules. But the other thing is, and I don't know if you have it handy, Madam Clerk, but the Charter Review Committee, do you know when that was sunset, if that was
Yes,
officially?
it was sunset after they provided the questions for the March 2021 election.
So this was back in 2021 then?
Yes, so they provided, it was on the March 22 election because I was the liaison for that. So we met in 2021, starting in July, provided questions, got direction from the commission, they decided on the questions they wanted, and then the committee sunset after that.
Okay. And I mean, they are, and anything from just to point out, anything from a committee like that are recommendations, not mandates. Right. I just wanna
So what
put
we
that
can
out
do if the direction is for the special meeting, we can tomorrow morning I'll get with the clerk and we'll start going through all of your calendars and seeing what might possibly work as far as a special meeting day.
That's great, but it doesn't really give us time, Ms. May, if you're talking about everybody having their meeting in their district, does that give time to do that completely the way you want to do it? In terms of scheduling, it's really 4 weeks to do that.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if we have them the same day. mean,
No, I
we're
don't
talking
care,
our-
I'm just
our
pointing that out.
Districts.
Well, I'm just pointing out that
Right.
time passes so quickly.
It does pass quickly. I mean, I'm just trying to make it the most fair that we can come up with. It would be nice if we could do it to next November, but we can't do that, right?
Well, we're gonna find out next week.
Okay. I'm willing to listen. I'm gonna pull my motion.
You're gonna pull what's your motion?
I don't have one.
Oh. Somebody make a motion. Mr. McVoy, let's kind of, we're not gonna talk about all, let's just wrap this up quickly.
What I'm hearing, and I appreciate Commissioner May's effort to try to accommodate differing views. What I'm hearing out of the community and somewhat from the commission is the deadline of December 5th or November, or whatever it is pretty soon, and it's kind of an artificial deadline. What I'm also hearing is a feeling that changes this major, particularly given the way that public information can be put out, that it sounds like it's definite that we as a city can't say, hey, this is a good idea, not a good idea. It's unclear whether we even as individual commissioners can or can't at this point. It is clear that moneyed interests will have free range to put out whatever information benefits them. It is unclear how citizen groups who are just interested in the community raise money and publicize and all that sort of stuff. What I'm hearing is good governance or good decision-making would allow it to grow organically and say, hey, leave time for the community to meet in various forms, whether it's a charter review committee, whether it's town halls, whether it's a combination of them, whether it's whatever. Let this bubble up so that if there's really a groundswell of support for 99-year leases at the beach or 99-year giveaways of our parks or whatever it is, that bubbles up pretty organically. Don't rush the thing. That would be my thought on it.
Thank
If
you.
you want to
Madam-
make sure that there's
Thank you.
public
Madam
support.
Clerk, where are we with time on this issue? Are we past our 11?
No, we're not. 8 minutes and 49 seconds.
God.
Madam Mayor, I have a question,
Sure.
and I know I'm only the city clerk. There are a few things on this staff report that have to do with sort of housekeeping items that are really not controversial. Like, for instance, we no longer certify the results of the election. The supervisor of elections does that. And there's something in the charter. So things like that maybe wouldn't be controversial to have on a ballot, just saying.
Right, and I agree with you, except if we're not gonna do it, let's do it all at one time. I mean, it's not hurting us that there's a police and fire thing in the book. You are certifying the election at this point anyway, correct?
Incorrect.
Incorrect. So this would change what?
The supervisor of elections.
Yeah, it would stay the same, right, okay.
No.
Um,
It would say what we're actually doing.
right, exactly.
I agree with her. Those are the two things.
Yeah, but then we have a special election, we have a municipal election on 2 non-controversial issues, which seems like a lot of money.
No, I think she was saying that we don't, whatever.
Well then, I don't either. So I think we've decided to do to start out with, have a special meeting about this. In terms of time and where we go out with that special meeting, I don't know that we'll be able to. I mean, if we can make the March, the December, the November deadline, start scheduling your district meetings now because you're going to have to do them within the next 3 weeks or a month. So whether we go to this, this may delay the election going to either the November or to the following year. Which, there's good and bad to everything. So, so we're going to schedule a special election, see what happens there in terms of, and what I'd like everyone to do would be to contact our city attorney and our city manager and Mr. Waters about ideas that you have, so that when we come to a special meeting, they have some background about how to present this. Is that, can you do that? Okay, Mr. Boyd?
I'm not sure I understand what the request is.
Well, just, dear Mr. Brown, I've been thinking about this, here's some suggestions I have, so that we don't start out just blindsiding the staff if there's something that we are not anticipating.
These are suggestions.
For either charter amendments or,
So I should just think in a corner, geez, we really ought to amend our charter on this. As opposed to, I don't get people calling me up from my constituents saying, hey, McFoy, how come you haven't amended our charter? I get a lot of other calls, but I never get that. So
okay, all right,
it
well,
would
we
feel
all
a
have
little
different
odd for me
experiences,
to
so I
propose
think
to-
we're going to schedule a special election, let's just start there, okay? And we're going to, special meeting, whatever, we're going to have a special time. And then let's move on.
Can I?
Sure, Ms. May?
Well, I mean, I was just sitting here thinking that this has been on the last two agendas. So in reality, it's been out there for over a month. If people really cared, they'd be here.
They did come.
Well, 4 people.
Can I get clarification if we are going to hold town halls to try to get input from the community? Can I get help, or can each of us get help from city staff to help put those together so that burden is not just on us?
I would think they generally do.
And so I can help provide, information, the publicity or whatever, that city staff helps get that out in an effective manner and schedules
And where it's, you'll find a place? Or are you asking the city staff to find a place?
I think
We
city
could do it,
staff
right? I mean-
should do that. I mean, that's,
Well, I think it would be helpful to staff because we are really now, like, overburdening our staff at some point. I think do your homework in your community. You can always have it here. You can have it there's churches, there's civic groups. Try and find a place, help the staff out a little bit, and then let them know give them a status of where you're at with that.
okay, so we each
All
have
right,
to
thank
find
you.
location, but the city staff will help with the
We're going to talk
publicity.
about
We
it,
will
Miss,
provide.
yes, we're going to talk about that. You'll on your one-on-one with staff.
And Madam Mayor, and if
Yeah.
you guys identify like when and where, we can always push out
Yeah.
district meetings and everything on social media. We can add to the website. We can do all that for you guys.
And if they're done here, they can record them. Okay, so next up on the agenda is agreement with Carr, Riggs, and Ingram for the annual independent financial auditing services. This is item C.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Oops. Yeah, no, I am on. Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Up. Jean Borno? Madam Clerk, do you have any public comments on this issue?
I know they are.
I do not, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Just your name and address, identify yourself and your address.
Good evening. My name is Gene Borno with Anthony Bronson, PA, 2054 Vista Parkway, West Palm Beach. That's our location. We are actually the current auditor for the fiscal year 2024 audit, and we serve the city, and I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to have served the city in that capacity over the past few months. We work again alongside your dedicated finance staff, which contributed to restoring timely and high-quality financial reporting to the city. As you know, we were engaged on April 16, 2025 on a emergency or time-sensitive basis, just 10 weeks prior to the deadline of June 30, 2025, a deadline the city had not met over the past couple of years. However, we come on board on that emergency RFP, so we were able to perform and complete the audit on time and issue on June 30, 2024. And throughout that evening, actually, I was able to stay overnight with city staff to submit the audit to the Florida Auditor General as well as the Government Finance Officer Association, which provide the city with the recognition of financial statements well done, essentially. So what brought me in tonight really relates to the current procurement process. As I had hoped, I hope tonight that the manager will appreciate our professional persistence and resolve to this matter, because we tried to resolve it, through the process, and we were not able to resolve it. So our concern essentially lie in specifically to the fact that the scoring outcome of RFP 25-203 under the cost effectiveness criterion, which explicitly call for awarding the highest points to the lowest cost proposal. So
Thank you, that's time.
our firm submitted $25,000 less than the firm actually slated for award, but unfortunately, we did not receive all the points, which if we did, we would have had, we would have won this handedly. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. And we are not involved in that process on any level. Mr. McFoy?
Could I withdraw my motion, because I was unclear as to which firm was which. I was not involved in the review process either. I don't think any of us were. But I would like some clarification from our finance staff. I believe, and I unfortunately don't know your name, but Jean.
No.
Sorry, Colleen Cardell, I'm the purchasing agent.
Come on up.
Come on down.
Come on down.
And
I would like some
All right,
guidance
she's
from our
coming up.
financial staff as
That's
to.
why she's coming up.
Sure, so we did an RFP, and we had the evaluation process. Vice Mayor Malega was on the committee, and several other financial staff from other municipalities. So there was a process for the evaluation. Basically, the same thing that you've done in the past.
Right.
Same process. RFP
normal.
evaluation process.
And
It was this, it was scored that I believe we received 8 responses.
It says 7.
8 applicants. you said?
So there were 8 responses that were evaluated.
Well, the thing says 7, but that's okay.
Or 7,
And
okay.
you went through the normal process of evaluating and
Evaluating,
scoring and all that. Okay,
I guess I'd be happy to hear, I guess what I need, since I wasn't involved with the process, some assurance from the finance department that the process, the RFP process was totally normal process, the evaluation was normal criteria, and this is how it fell out to our and somebody or other firm.
I mean, we went on a normal RFP process, the same process that we've done for so many solicitations. I mean, there's a few that you've all sat in, but it just went through the normal process. And we didn't have presentations. It was just limited to that one evaluation committee.
okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So are you withdrawing your motion?
Yeah, I'll withdraw it. 'cause I-
Does the seconder agree to withdraw the motion? Who said, was it seconded?
I don't think.
All right, so you're withdrawing your motion, okay. Do I have a motion on this issue, on this item?
Motion to approve.
Do I have
Second.
all in favor? Oh, wait.
There's a light.
Oh, all in favor?
There's a light.
Aye.
There's a light.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It's been on for what?
One thing that would be helpful with these is if we can include the scoring as part of the backup. That might eliminate some questions. I know when I have questions, I ask staff, and staff sends me the scoring. But if we just include it, then those that don't ask staff questions will have the answers right in the backup. My particular question is looking at the financial impact. So it says in 2026, it's not budgeted. So in 2025, we went from 76,000. 2026, in the budget for auditing, we went to 150,000. So is this an additional 126,000 for auditing above the 150,000 that we've budgeted already?
For the record, Yannick Ganahayo with Finance. No, the 150 that we have budgeted is inclusive of this estimate.
Okay, so then the net fiscal impact, the bottom line.
And the reason why we have it as not budgeted is because we haven't passed the budget
We
yet.
haven't passed the budget.
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Your aye, okay. Thank you very much. Okay, second amendment of the agreement with Brightview Maintenance for golf course maintenance services for the Lake Worth Beach Golf Club. That's item number D under new business. Do we have anything from, and here comes I think the word is fecund at this point.
Hello, Tiana McKay, Director of Leisure Services. So we are looking to renew our Brightview contract. This is a 3-year contract, and we can renew up to 5 times at a year at a time. And this is the second renewal. There is an increase requested from the company, so that is why we are here to discuss with you.
And you sound so cheerful. How much did it go up? Let's go. It's from 520.
So this year it would be going up $23,026.38.
Okay, thank you very much.
3.6%.
Which,
How much is that?
3.6%.
3.6% says the math teacher.
Says the backup.
Yes, the
Oh.
backup has. So it's based on the
Says the cheating, you're a
Labor
cheater.
Bureau Labor
Show me your
Statistics
work.
table, CPI.
Okay.
Employment Cost Index.
Okay,
So
thank
this,
you.
This also was the similar from years before. so.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a question. One thing that I am, and I've heard, people that I talk to, we've been talking to a lot of people at the golf course lately, more than I ever imagined. My understanding from the folks that are using the golf course, the golf course in its present, imperfect situation is actually being taken quite good care of in terms of the greens and that's what I'm hearing. Okay. My question is this, in terms of, all of us are very concerned about things going into the intercoastal and the water and stuff. I'm wondering if this group uses, bad chemical, not that there's a good chemical, but, organic stuff, to try to limit what's going into the intercoastal?
I will let our manager of golf, Marty, respond to that, but I do want to also give kudos to Marty because he's celebrating his year, and again, like you mentioned,
Oh.
those greens are doing really well. He is
Congratulations.
keeping an eye on that and
Thank you very
working
much.
Very closely with Brightview. He's out on the course all the time.
Yeah,
so,
I'm,
but I will let him answer your question, Madam
okay,
Mayor.
thank you.
Yeah, part of their, it's in the agreement that they're supposed to follow the Audubon guidelines, which is like, most, quality maintenance practices to be aware of the environment and make sure chemicals, don't have a negative effect on the environment. They do follow that.
And do we check that they're following it, or is it, they're out there on the golf course? Are we checking that they're doing that?
Well, I could do a better job, just making sure that.
Yeah, I think of things like Roundup, and I'm just like, no, please. So, do they use Roundup? Do you know?
I don't know,
Okay,
they're not using Roundup.
Yeah, I've asked about this before in the past, and
Yeah, that's been done in the past, but I'm not aware that they're using Roundup, no.
yeah, that's just a concern that I have, and I wonder, if I would love to have known that ahead of time. Mr. McVoy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for raising those, and thank you, Marty, for the reference to the Audubon, protocol, rules, whatever they are. I'm aware of those too. The only thing I would add to that is a similar level of concern for the obvious reasons. We're right on the intercoastal. We have a water quality concern in the intercoastal. We are on sandy soils, and there's not much water table between the surface and the water table, and that's directly connected to the intercoastal. So it might not be a bad idea to ask them, what are they using? And then somebody can look up, they won't probably have it, but basically what you're looking for is chemicals, well, on the fertilizers, that they're very careful about what they provide, applies so that it's really getting taken up by the plants and not going down. That's one. And then on any pesticides, that they're using things that are absorbed, that stick onto stuff, rather than wash right through the sand and show up in the water. If we know what the compounds are they're using, I'll find a way to look all that stuff up and get it back to you if you so desired.
Thank you. Mr. Segrich?
Having not seen the original contract for this, what role in maintenance are they doing? Are they just handling the greens, or are they doing other stuff?
What kind of regular maintenance do they do?
Yeah, so what are we getting for this contract?
They take care of the basic maintenance, as far as greens and tees and fairways and bunkers on a daily basis. They're, they mow the fairways like 3 times a week. They mow the greens every day. They mow the tee boxes 3-4 times a week. The collars around the greens. They're mowing the rough a couple times a week. And, and basically that's the basic maintenance. And then they apply in this, certain chemicals that they need for pesticides and herbicides on a regular basis to make sure that we don't get an overgrowth of weeds. They also add growth reducer on the greens, so the greens don't get out of control with growth in the summertime with, because you have to keep greens at a certain length.
If I can just add to that, Commissioner, they also own all of the mowers and all of the equipment that is used, which the city does not own those things. So they also come with all of that, plus 8 employees, 7 days a week, every day they're out there, and then all of the maintenance, like Marty has said. So there's that. Pardon? Do they monitor the sprinklers? They do they help with the irrigation, yes.
Great, thank you very much. We have a motion, and are there any comments for this one, Ms. Clerk, Madam Clerk?
There are not, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you very much. Okay, next up is, thank you, Marty. Purchase order with Game Time to replace the South Bryant Park Playground equipment. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, let's have some discussion. I have a question. What, and oh, thank you. I have the photograph of it, the conceptual, and so, but it's really hard for me to figure out, like, where on this, this one, yeah, where on this one, in the park, like, if I'm looking at the pavilion, the South Pavilion, and we have the playground, is the current playground, is the current playground equipment going to be taken away or replaced, or is some of it going to stay? That's my first question, like the train, the different things.
It's going to be a larger playground, so it's going to be bigger than the original, so it's going to be new.
So all the stuff that we currently have is going away?
That is the picture, yes. So this is the picture that we currently have that will be in its place.
And there's nothing that we can save from the other stuff?
I could speak to the park superintendent
Yeah.
and see what we can save.
Let's see if there's something there. I mean, the train is great, and some of the stuff, what? And well, some people play in the train all the
Park
time.
superintendent and see what can be saved.
Okay, great. Then, I had one more question. Oh, and this is just a wine. This is a obvious wine.
With an H.
I would, yes, WHINE. The wine is home later. We're putting this again in the sun. It's all, I mean, there's a shade cloth over it, thank God. But there's no place really in the park. Is there any that we can't put it in a little shadier spot across, like move it a little bit? That's just a thought, because it's so sunny there. It's so brutally hot there in the summer.
I think that was the original intention from our park superintendent, was to add that sail, the shade sail, because it is so sunny.
Right.
So that is, and it will be over top of the playground in
entire-
the existing location. Like, it's going to be in the existing location, but we're gonna add the shade shell. Do you have these photos?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, making sure.
Well, the shade is over the new construction.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Most of it, okay. Thank you.
Is the blue line?
I mean, I'll be happy to, I'm not quite done, and I'd be happy to call on you. Okay, and now, we're talking about the ghost building for, that will that interfere with this placement at all?
Not.
Okay. Okay, and that's still being worked on, I understand that, but just want to bear it in mind. All righty, Mr. McVoy.
Can you hold up a picture to make sure I'm looking at the same thing?
Is that the same playground you're looking at?
Looks like it. So it's basically an umbrella type shade
Yes.
structure
Over top where the children will be playing.
It's
over
quite
top
large.
of some of it.
Well, most of it. If you look at this picture, it's over.
Well, your thumb
Yeah.
is right on, there's some things that are right out in the sun. That's not what I understand by a shade sail. Yes, I was saying it right. Usually I understand those like we have some up at the beach where it's a sail with things, and they're large. I mean, they go out. This, if you've ever been at a restaurant with those things, they actually add a tip part to them, because most of the time you're not, it's over you, which is great for rain, but it's not much use for sun because they aren't big enough. So if you tip them, then you sort of, I'm sure this doesn't tip, and I don't think you'd want residents tipping it at different times of day anyhow. I would say, can we not do a real shade sale that is much larger than the actual play area? And like, I'm seeing some things that aren't even under it.
Okay. We could go back and look at what the budget would look like for that to expand the shade sale. the
Either do
direction of the
that,
commission?
or if it's possible, there are quite a number of nice trees there. Could you move it so that more of it is under trees? I don't know if, I'm sure there are a number of constraints on where it goes.
I looked, I was walking around there the other day, there just aren't that many shades, a lot of palm trees. So thank you. Mr. Segers?
I had similar question to the mayors of, what equipment's staying or going. So if all of the old equipment is going, it looks like there's going to be an awful lot of wood chip space. Is it also in the budget to tighten that area to basically surround the smaller playground area? Or are we just going to have a very large wood chip area?
We can look more into that for you and find out what the spacing would look like with this, if you'd like us to shrink the footprint or potentially move the footprint under a tree, under trees.
Just one or another way, more shade,
More shade.
and especially if you keep some of the old equipment.
Okay.
Just to piggyback on Commissioner Segrich, so if we do save some of the equipment, then the large footprint would be appropriate for saving some of it. Like the swing set, is that dead?
I do not see that in the model, so I.
No. The swing sets that's there right now.
Yes, I don't know, I don't see that in there, so I think this was all replacing it.
Yeah, because if we can keep using it or move it to what's the one by me? Spillway Park, where there is no playground. Okay.
I will follow up with the park superintendent because I know this hadn't been replaced for a number of years, so this was why we were looking to replace it with a larger, newer. You want to keep the old?
Oh,
You can bring
as much as
you can
as
bring
much
the old ones
equipment,
to Spillway
as
if
long
they
as
are
it's safe
safe.
and not rusty and all that.
Safe and not rusted.
Yeah.
And still.
Waste not, want not.
And I will say, when I go up to the beach usually every day, that little playground up there that was put up there a few months ago is always covered in children. There's always, like it's lousy with children. Like after work, I'll go up there and there's families there and they're sitting there and the kids are, that's really being used a lot and I appreciate that. Okay, Mr. Zegers, did you have another question or can we?
Well, that had to do with the motion. Since we have changes to this and open questions, do we have to amend the motion? Because if we approve this, the project gets approved, correct?
That's up to you all. If your proposals are, that you want staff to look into these other issues, if it doesn't change the cost of this proposal, then you're okay to move forward, then you can approve it on that ground. If you want to have them look into this and bring back other changes in case it changes the pricing, then you can do that too.
Because except for the shade sale, we're talking about appropriating the money for this particular system, not where it's going to be put or that it's to approve the purchase of this. So I feel fine going forward.
That is correct, but if you're going to relocate, it may cost more money depending on,
And I do need to look into the quote because the quote was an all-together quote from the playground company. So the sale might be part of the package. It might already come with this set playground. So I need to follow up with the park
Yeah,
superintendent.
I remember
to
we
find out
looked
if
into
can expand
sales
that.
a few years ago and they were hugely expensive. Mr. Brown?
Yeah, and the main reason for that is because the actual, basically for all intents and purposes, they're pilings for the most part
Right.
that actually hold these up. Obviously, those need to meet hurricane code and everything else based on the location. The fact that, they need to withstand the saltwater environment. Those are extremely expensive, especially driving those. So that's what really elevates the
pilings?
cost. Oh, yes. That's what really elevates the cost of doing a shade sail structure, which completely blew the budget as far
Right.
as
I recall
for
that a
the
couple of years
playground
ago.
itself. So that would almost need to be something separate from the playground, because that's a substantial cost. Now, we can get a cost for that, but again, that would really be separate from the actual equipment.
In the case of a storm, is this shade structure removable?
I can look into that for you.
Okay, thank you. We're just making your life miserable tonight.
No.
Mr. Zegger, did you have something?
Well, I would amend my motion to approve the dollar amount for it and have staff come back and analyze whether they can save any of the existing equipment and make any of the changes to the wood chips area to reshape it. And if that falls within the same budget, to approve it. But if it exceeds it by 15%, to have further discussion on it.
So let them go ahead with some of our suggestions, but if our suggestions go more than 15% above what they're asking for, bring it back?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a second to change that?
I can second that.
Okay. Madam, we have some comment cards. Madam Clerk, do you have any comment cards on this one?
I have 2, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and I have 3. Daniel Hart, oh, she left. Diane Brown, left. Kim Stokes.
Hello, Kim Stokes, 1321 North L Street. Kim Stokes, 1321 North L Street. I'm really excited to see the unanimous support for improving our playgrounds. I was a little nervous coming in that enthusiasm had dampened, but I'm glad that you still want to do that. May I really appreciate your questions around preserving the existing equipment. It would really be a shame to have to shrink the footprint of that playground area. So if you can't preserve it, please look at future budgets to see if there's ways to allocate money to fill in whatever can't be saved. We have to have swings there. Johnny grew up on those swings, and I got to look at the intercoastal while I just pushed her for an hour. So we have to have those swings. If they're not in good shape, please replace them. And with regards to the shade structure, I understand that this is probably the best we can get, but it really, practically speaking, it doesn't matter. I've been to parks like that. If the sun is directly overhead and you're standing in this part of the structure, you get some relief, but it's probably better than nothing, and I understand the budgetary constraints, but practically speaking, you're really not getting a lot of shade with that. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Diane Brown did leave I'll read it, she was here. Green, blue slides are too hot for use in the summer. Yellow slides don't get as hot, need more shade. So, okay.
Metal like ours.
Please, I would get second-degree burns on my chubby thighs. My very pale thighs. Mr. Brown, and then
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, would you like me to read my comments?
Yes, you do. Please read your comments.
The first comment is from Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. I am all for new playground equipment for Lake Worth children, but once again, I wonder why the children of Parrot Cove and College Park, an area booming with families and young children, have no recreation space or playgrounds. For those of us who live in the northeast quadrant of the city, from Lucerne to the the West Palm Beach Canal east of Federal, we have 0 areas for children to play and recreate. While I am all for my tax dollars going to improve parks in the other areas of the city, at some point, the city must address the fact that a quarter of the city's children have no playgrounds and no fields to play in. This is an issue I and other parents have repeatedly raised with 0 response from the city. My commissioner, because of redistricting, does not live in my area of the city, and the other commissioner who represents the northeast area of the city have both been silent on this issue. While I'm for this proposal, I have to again plead with city leaders to address the fact that the children of Parrot Cove and College Park and the neighborhood in between us, which consist of hundreds upon hundreds of families, also deserve play areas. I once again suggest putting a play structure at the golf course, which has publicly owned land that is not being used for golf and has available parking. Lawrence Casenti, One Lake Avenue. These comments are for this item and the next item combined. As a neighbor and community partner, I want to express my full support for the repair and replacement of the pavilion and playground in Bryant Park. The playground in particular is such an important amenity for local families, and I would like to see it not only rebuilt, but also secured with proper fencing if the budget allows, to ensure the safety of children who play there. Ideally, the playground could be locked at night to protect it and provide peace of mind for parents. Regarding the pavilion and bathrooms, I support moving forward with renovations, provided we also put proper safeguards in place. That means securing the area, ensuring regular inspections, and keeping restrooms locked when not in use or when events are not scheduled. If the city is going to invest significant funds into these improvements, let's make sure the money is spent wisely so this becomes a lasting positive investment for our community. Residents and visitors alike deserve to enjoy a clean, safe, and welcoming Bryant Park. Children should not have to encounter unsafe conditions like needles or people sleeping on playground equipment. I attended the Bryant Park planning meeting and remain strongly in favor of securing the park and proceeding with these renovations. With the right measures in place, we can ensure Bryant Park continues to be a safe, vibrant gathering place for children, families, and the entire Lake Worth Beach community. That's the last comment on this item.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion and a second. Mr. McVoy, your light is on? And Mr. Brown's light is on, and I always go to him first.
Well, I was just going to mention, we do have a CPSI, a certified playground safety instructor on staff. I'm sorry, inspector, I said instructor. A CPSI on staff, so that is a thing. But we are required annually to go out and actually inspect all of the playground equipment in the city. When that happens, there have been multiple times where we have identified slides. I know we had an issue with the swing set, cracks in certain things. Where we can, we've actually sent out our mobile, one of our incredibly talented welders in the garage has gone out in the past and actually fixed some of the grates in some of the areas that we've had to work on instead of removing equipment. But there are times when we get to a point where we can't save certain pieces of equipment, but we do what we can. So I just wanted to mention that we will look at all the existing equipment and make sure that there is nothing that provides a safety hazard and wouldn't be an issue keeping.
Oh, okay.
So,
Thank you.
yes.
Mr. McVoy.
Yeah, as we heard from the public, I'm glad that there's a lot of support for children's equipment at the park. I think swings needs to be a part of it. I don't know how you do it, but hopefully the welders can fix whatever needs welding, if that's the limitation, or a grinder to take off rust, or whatever it is that needs to be done. On the shade thing really is a deal, because part of the year it's fine, it's not an issue, but a big part of the year is not fine. And I agree that the umbrella thing's really not, you almost might as well not do it. So my question would be, I hear the engineer in the room talking about safety and secure on the pilings. Let me ask a question. If we had sails that we took down prior to hurricanes coming, can one relax a little bit on the pilings? If that the piling, I mean, obviously you don't want the piling to blow away, but pilings have no wind resistance to mount anything. It's just pole. So is there any way that, as long as we wrote down, swore in blood that we're going to take down the sail before hurricanes come in, they typically have 3 hooks or something or other, so it might be doable, be a little bit of a pain, but not impossible. We have bucket trucks in our town.
Well, we'll keep in mind, just like on our utility poles, for instance, there are specs as far as installing those as well. So as far as the depth, your office is right there on the intercoastal, as you know, very sandy soil and everything. So the way that those are set and how deep those need to be so they don't blow over something like that in a storm, that's a whole separate thing. So that's the cost. Just attaching the sail and taking the sail off, that's
doesn't
correct. It's the actual, the setting of the pilings and making sure those meet hurricane code and they're deep.
I know a guy who sets poles and has the equipment to set poles in the town.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. McVoy.
Mr. Liberty's pretty good at it.
Okay, so do we have a motion and a second? All in favor? With the comments that we had.
And with the 15%.
And with the, please try to find some way more shade.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much.
Motion to approve purchase order RMJ Maintenance Corp. for South Bryant Park Pavilion renovations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What are you just taking?
Second?
Okay, whoops.
What?
No, they're thrown. I have a couple questions and comments on this one. One of which is, I sort of mentioned it the other day at the pre-agenda meeting, I think. It's disgusting that people come in and destroy our bathrooms. They use them to have sex, they use them to shoot up. I don't know what the heck else I mean, I've gone in there and there's like suitcases piled. Mr. Brown, you had said it, I think at the pre-agenda, at some point you said, you know, with the kind of sinks that we're doing, is sinks, the bathroom is part of this?
That is correct.
Okay, so what you're talking about is putting in like those concrete built-in sinks that can't be ripped off the,
Correct. What we currently have in most of our bathrooms, what we're moving to as we're replacing these, is we have the ones that actually attach directly to the wall. But what we're finding, unfortunately, more often than not, is people are actually knocking those off the wall, which means we are redoing plumbing, we're resetting those, obviously going with the base, with the concrete countertops and everything. It's a lot more pricey, but with what we're spending in replacement and just the repair and everything else, it's becoming more of an issue. We're also looking into so many of the dividers in the bathrooms are getting kicked off the wall, ripped off the wall as well. So it's a lot of replacing those and anchoring those back. As we're doing those, we're looking to improve on those as well. But at the same time, obviously, all the way to the floor would be the best, but for safety purposes. Unfortunately, we've had people who have locked themselves in those, and we've, on certain occasions, unfortunately had to have PBSO come in, and there was a reason that they didn't come out of those, unfortunately. So there are a lot of situations where you don't want dividers all the way to the floor with door. You need to be able to see and make sure that everything's okay. And unfortunately, that's not always the situation. So it's a matter of just making sure that as we do these improvements, we're doing things that, from a maintenance standpoint, aren't causing more maintenance issues. And that just hasn't been the case in the past, so.
I said sort of half jokingly the other day, but I'm gonna put it out there again. I am not, I've been to different places, some in this country, some in other countries, where you pay to go to the public bathroom. It's 50 cents. It's locked. It's not just, you can just wander in at any point. And I don't know if there's any political will to look at something like that, but I'm sick of our staff. And number one, I'm sick of our bathrooms who people want to take their kids to the park and have a good day are dealing with this. And think of all the staff time and the money that we put into replacing this, replacing that, having to clean out. You know, I called the city at the time I went in there, and they had to come and clean and get rid of all that stuff. So I would like to just throw it out there, not for, you know, tonight, but I would like to throw it out there, the concept that let's have a lock on the door and you have to pay to get in. If you have to go to the bathroom, you find 50 cents.
I don't even know how we would go about collecting that, or that's a whole other thing.
Well, or then you get a car, whatever. I mean, it's done.
Yeah.
It's done.
I did want to say as well, not just with inside the bathrooms, but we also have these issues, like say Bryant Park on the backside of the band shell, with water fountains as well.
Yeah.
Where it's a constant thing.
Do we have to have?
We're looking into those too, because especially this time of year, you want people to have access to water, which makes it unfortunate when we go out there and get calls that it's off the wall again.
Right, we're providing an amenity which is free. And the people that are allegedly using it are disrespecting it. So I feel like a mom right now, which I'm not. How are we just like encouraging bad behavior by replacing the things that they keep breaking? That's a theoretical, rhetorical question, but I think it's a serious one, because I think our people, our residents who want to come and use the park deserve to have a nice place to go to the bathroom.
And Madam Mayor, I understand what you're saying, and I get it.
You're just hearing
but-
me, I'm in this, I'm cranky.
But at the same time, at least from an operational perspective, we don't want to, or as of now, we haven't been directed to, punish those who are actually in the park enjoying themselves and are actually thirsty, we don't want to not replace the water fountain. So we need to still provide the amenities for the people who are actually there to use them. And
Who doesn't
unfortunately,
carry? We're the thirstiest people in the world. Who doesn't carry around a water bottle anymore? If you've got a kid in a stroller, you've got a water bottle.
understandable, but yeah, it's frustrating that we have to continue doing
Yeah, I'm
that.
just really
but we're
frustrated.
going to
That's all you can
continue doing that because we do need to provide those amenities to those visiting the parks. So.
I will say I've been spending more time at the park, and I had a really good walk. The north, and I realized that the park is divided, north and south, and I spoke with Jody. I had a wonderful conversation with him. He said that in the past, and this is, shout out to the sheriff's office, he said in the past few weeks, the efforts that the sheriff's office has done has made a marked improvement in the quality of life. I haven't checked the south end yet, I didn't speak with that person yet, but he said it's just very, very different feeling, it's cleaner. As a matter of fact, when I walked around, and I'm looking for, I said, I hear Jody, I hear, condoms and needles. He goes, every couple of months I'll get 1 or 2 condoms. Every couple of months I'll see a needle. It's, it's not piles of condoms and piles, it sounds like the end of a bad, but he said it's not as bad in terms from the north end as well as it had been. I walked around, the only thing I found was food wrappers from where they're feeding the people in the park. I picked up a lot of juice boxes and food and whatever, just all kinds of food stuff around. And that frustrated me as well, but I'm getting crankier by the minute. I better stop. Mr. Mavoy, your light was on.
I'm not sure the order, but I'll take it. I see one sentence here, background justification. RMG Maintenance Corp will also be removing the existing picnic tables and installing new. Can you clarify, I want to say that they're concrete picnic tables that have tiles, that it was they need a little repair. Is that what you're talking about removing?
I'm not sure if those ones have the tiles on them, though. They do not.
This is down at the south end. They're quite heavy. You can't move them, or at least not a reasonable
I don't
person.
believe those ones have, I'd have to look into that, but I don't believe that those ones have the tiles on top of them.
There are definitely
Okay.
picnic tables with, that was a local project. It could do with some maintenance.
I know that there's tiles on the wall. I know those are being protected.
No, that's totally separate. Although it is the same artist, I believe.
Okay.
Well, about the tiles on the wall, that was set up that it's removable. If there's construction that needs to be made, I spoke with them, it can be removed.
Right.
So they're gonna cover it up. They're gonna make sure that it's safe. I
Yeah.
spoke with them this week too.
But the picnic tables with the tiles, that was something it was a community project. I believe it was, I'm seeing some
I'm gonna look
nods.
into that.
She's gonna look into it.
But if
Yeah,
they're
don't
there,
remove those, but a little.
remove them.
Well,
What's
if they're broken, but if
We're
they're not
looking to
broken.
replace them with wheelchair accessible tables.
What I would suggest doing is
Okay.
do a little maintenance on those tables. I can connect you, or the mayor can, with the artist who was involved, and I don't know whether she wants, because I believe it was done almost 20 years ago. It does need a little, somebody with some glue or things
All
would
right.
be helpful.
They'll take.
But add tables, don't take those away.
So
All right.
keep the tables that are existing.
Well, I think
ones
no, I'm gonna stop right now because if this, if they're in need of great repair, if they're not safe, obviously remove them. I mean, you're the people that do that. If it's one with the tiles, note those and pay attention. If it can be repaired, it can be repaired, or, we'll talk to Tracy and see what her feelings are. Thank you. Mr., I don't know who's next. Mr. Segrich and then Ms. May.
Thank you, Mayor. The picnic tables that are in the pavilion aren't the ones with the
No.
tiles.
No.
The ones
Outside.
outside,
That's what we're
I
talking
don't
about.
believe are in the scope.
They are not.
Yeah.
No. So the picnic tables.
This is just the ones
just
in the
ones
pavilion.
in the pavilion.
Okay.
They're being removed.
However,
That's off.
slightly related to that is the obelisk, which is
Tilting.
either going to fall apart or fall over. It would be nice if we could include, if it's possible, straightening and re-supporting that obelisk as part of this. If there's support from.
Do you know where those tiles come from? No. I do. Years and years ago, there was a community project to build a giant wooden playground. It was a huge deal. It was huge, gigantic, enormous. It took a long time to put it together. It was wonderful. Until we all found out that there was arsenic in the wood. You gotta take the good with the bad in life.
Little arsenic.
But those tiles were part of that project, and they were saved to put into that envelope, so they didn't go away. That's just a little Lake Worth history. So, are you done?
Nope.
No?
So, touching on some of the activities there at the park, it's, when there's a problem in an area and amenities are being destroyed or there's individuals doing nefarious things in those areas, we tend to lower the bar and side towards, well, let's just take that away, and that'll cure the problem. And it never really does. All it does is punish the good residents and takes away an amenity. So things like the water fountains and so on, I think we should keep. But we can't have nice things if we don't have enforcement of the rules that we have in the park. And PBSO has been doing a great job. There has been a marked improvement. However, a lot of that, there's still a lot of room for it to improve. So I've been going down to the park and filing reports 2 or 3, sometimes 4 times a week. PBSO is always very responsive. At this point, they now issue trespass warnings and have trespassed people. I've also gone and not reported and just observed. And I've observed 2 sheriff's cars sitting in the parking lot facing that pavilion at about 9:30 at night, and all sorts of activities going on in the pavilion, and they didn't even touch it. So I would like consensus from the commission to basically, reiterate, we want proactive policing in our parks. We do not want our deputies not engaging if someone didn't report it. And I know that sounds like a no-brainer, but I think they need to hear our support of that, because that wasn't always the case and it wasn't always the direction they've been given. So I would like for us to give consensus on that. Otherwise, I think all of these repairs are for naught. It'll be destroyed. This particular area is one of the hot spots for bad activity. And in terms of things like needles and condoms, we used to find them daily right around there. Now, no more, and like I said, it's leaps and bounds, light years better than it was, but it still needs work. And I think PBSO needs to hear from the dais that we have consensus that we want them to proactively go out there and issue these trespass warnings on these individuals who are doing things at night.
At least if they sit there, keep the lights on, the headlights on the area. But
They did.
You have my consensus.
Okay.
no, I have no problem with
You're
that.
my consent.
Boy.
And then in terms of the tables, are those going to be the similar octagon tables that we have in South Palm Park?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we just put them at Memorial as well when we did the renovations there. What we're trying to make uniform throughout all of our city parks.
And all 6 of them are going to fit in the pavilion?
Yes, that
Okay.
is what our Parks and Public Works have measured.
Okay.
Great.
And I think that will help a lot as well, because those tables are a lot more difficult to set up camp on than the
giant
straight,
long ones, yeah.
long ones. But really want to reiterate, we need enforcement to keep it clean.
Maybe put a camera around there. We had talked about that at some point with Captain Karn about getting some cameras up in the park as well, which I think would help. Miss May?
I just have a question about the,
Oh, do we need a motion to extend the time?
No, we just.
we'll just talk fast.
All right, talk fast.
I just have a question about the damage. Do you think it's more during this might be a dumb question. Is it more during the day or during the night?
Shockingly, it's both.
So
Because we
like
do a lot.
closing the bathrooms when the park closes would not prevent some of this, you don't think?
The bathrooms are locked
Are
at
locked,
night.
they're locked.
Yeah,
Oh.
so park hours in the city are dawn to dusk, and they are locked at nighttime. And then
Okay,
unlocked
so
in
it's
the morning.
happening between dawn and dusk, okay. That sucks. I agree with Anthony, we need to proactively deal with this.
I agree with that. Mr. McFoy, do you agree with that?
I guess so.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. One thing, nobody here, I don't know if anybody in the room remembers, maybe you do, when the bathrooms at the beach in the ladies' room had no doors on the stalls. You had to kind of
That's how they were at Spillway until about
walk
2 years
past
ago.
them. There was just, the stalls were just open.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it never even
Downstairs.
occurred to me.
In the old building?
No,
Yeah, we had to
At the
bring
beach.
shower curtains when we would have events at Spillway
Yeah.
until about 2 years ago.
Yeah, there were no doors. It was ridiculous.
Their doors.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second, we have public comment. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Yes, I have 2 comments.
Okay, I have Ms. Stokes is here and she has a card.
I don't know. Okay.
The red light on the,
I don't,
red light. Yeah,
okay.
There you go.
Kim Stokes, 1321 North L Street. I'm really glad to hear that there's agreement that we all deserve nice things and that we should maintain our public spaces and fixtures and not let a few bad apples ruin it for everybody. I get worried about the world sometimes when I hear that we're creating for our children. I hear the rhetoric around how we're addressing issues around homelessness, addiction, and mental health issues, where we don't have park benches anymore and we don't have playgrounds and we have to fence in all of our parks, and that's not the world I want to live in. So I hope you can address some of the issues we have. I know some of us were hoping to take a different approach than using PBSO, including PBSO, when I was talking to them, of bringing in homeless outreach teams and people that are more equipped to deal with that kind of stuff. We tried getting the city to allocate some resources for those types of teams, but we were told that PBSO had it covered, and we haven't heard anything since for a very long time, so I'm still anxiously awaiting to see how they're going to be handling these issues.
Doing it every day.
Please do not make me pay to go to the bathroom. Please. I am a mother. I go to parks all the time. I do not bring my change purse. I do not have coins buried in my car. I don't want to have to run to my car and search for stuff so that I can take my kids to the bathroom. Put in the durable fixtures. I love that. I think that's really great. I was even wondering, do we need tiles on the wall in an outdoor bathroom? I don't know. It's an outdoor bathroom. It doesn't need to be fancy at all for me. I just need it to be clean and I need it to work. And that's it. And free, please, free. I don't want to be running around with my kid that's got to go and being potty trained. Luckily, I'm past those years with my kids, but a lot of people aren't. And that's not something I want to deal with. It's just not. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
The first comment is from Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. I'm against putting taxpayer money into pavilion renovations. These pavilions are regularly monopolized by homeless and also regularly damaged and destroyed by homeless individuals. I think it is silly and futile to put money into these structures, and I would like to hear from the city manager how much money is put into the pavilion at Bryant Park each year due to the ongoing damage. I also think putting these pavilions in close proximity to children's play areas increases crime and risk to our children. I have lived in Lake Worth much longer than many of those on the dais, and there have been ongoing crime issues at the Bryant Park Pavilion, and I honestly think it should be demolished to keep that area safer for our children. And the second comment's from Dory Steibolt, 411 North Ocean Breeze. I'm a mom to a small child. As a result, I've spent quite a bit of time at the playground area near this pavilion, although I do not take my child there anymore because it is not safe. Having this pavilion and bathrooms in close proximity to small children creates a dangerous situation. There is ongoing crime that occurs both in the bathrooms and at the pavilion. As a result, I'm not sure it makes sense to put more money into this structure. The bathrooms are particularly dangerous situations for children, as often the homeless adults are using that space for illegal activities. If you really are intent on putting $100,000 into this structure, which will shortly be destroyed and hence a waste of public money, I would urge the city to look to West Palm Beach for some of their park bathroom designs. We regularly go to West Palm Beach parks because Bryant Park is not safe. Please check out the bathrooms at Bill Moss Park, which is off of Parker in West Palm Beach. The bathrooms at this park are open air and provide a much safer environment because children and parents can easily see if someone is in the stall. The bathrooms do provide privacy using durable outdoor stalls and cut down on crime because the bathroom cannot be monopolized by certain individuals who barricade the outer doors, etc. If the city is intent on spending this money, please spend it wisely on a good and safe design like the one I've described herein. That's the last comment, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
How do you really
Mr.
feel?
Segrich, are you voting? Oh,
I was just gonna mention
you're
real quick,
such a
someone mentioned the
throwing it
tile
at
on
us.
the walls, so, that's from a maintenance standpoint, for easy cleaning and stuff. I won't go into why, but we've had issues in the past with cleaning, there's a reason we need that.
Middle school's the same thing. Like, really? Really? On the wall?
All right, it is 10 to 10. We have,
Madam Mayor, may I have a motion to extend until 11?
well, I was
Motion to
just
extend.
talking about that. The only,
Can we vote on this first?
I thought we did.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
We finished the vote? Aye.
Aye. Yeah,
Sorry.
thank you.
All right, motion to extend to 10:04.
Well, I was gonna say, all we have all we have now is commissioner comments. So do we think that we can do commissioner comments in the next, like, 3 minutes each?
That's past 10 o'clock then, Madam Mayor.
Oh, fine, math has never been my strong point.
Well, motion
All
to
right.
extend.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So we are now up to public, commissioner comments, and I'm gonna start with District 2.
Okay. I will do my best to talk quickly.
Please do,
Um,
all of us, that's not directed at you, I just.
I understand. We did have a community vigil last Monday in front of City Hall. There was a lot of attendance. There was a wide range of folks that were there. I think and as a couple of people alluded to, listening to the youth, the teenagers, talk about what it's like to live with what's happening in our city. It's easy for it not to be aware. I would not be particularly aware if I didn't have connection to some of the families, usually through my wife who deals with the kids who are missing a parent, or they're worried about a parent, or we're providing transportation to get them to school and get them enrolled. I'm hearing from teachers that the enrollment, especially at some of the elementary schools, or at least at presence, I don't know if it's enrollment, I can't speak to that, is way down. People are afraid. I really heard what we heard, I think 2 weeks ago, or whenever it was, maybe a week ago, from a number of people in the community who, remember, are speaking for others, because there are lots of families of mixed status where some of the folks are US citizens, some of the folks are in process. People are afraid. There are plenty of cases around the country of even US citizens being thrown in jail, of them not being dealt with their medical issues properly, a lot of stuff. So the fear in our community is out there. You won't hear very many of those people coming here to City Hall because they're afraid of it, because people are going for their legal interviews and promptly getting picked up by ICE, which just is sick is what that is. Thank you.
We're all aware.
And I think I urge my colleagues to hear the term that you often hear is white allies, folks who are not in danger of their status, who are speaking up for people who are. The community of the broader community of immigrant community, of which we have a lot and of various flavors in our city, they do hear what we say. They do pay attention to what kinds of comments we make. I think the comment that was made, I'm not familiar with the Miami Beach ordinance or resolution, whatever they passed. I would ask that we do get a copy of that. I think the mayor requested that, and that we consider doing something. I am hearing around the country that various communities are rethinking their connection to 287G arrangements. I know that that's done at the level of PBSO, but PBSO is our biggest contractor. We do have an influence on what we want to happen in our city, and I would encourage us to do that. Update on the alligator Alcatraz. As many of you know, I was brought into that as an expert witness. Nothing to do with the detention. The lawsuit that we were involved in had nothing to do with detention. The judge made it very clear that any mention of detention issues or people's views about it, keep it out of the lawsuit. This was strictly on should the federal, or does the federal government, is it legally obliged to follow federal environmental policy laws? And there was a lot of back and forth. Is this a federal facility? Is it a state facility? You'll hear all sorts of things both ways, public comments by elected officials. And she decided that it is de facto a federal facility. So I was active as an Everglades witness because I've been a scientist on the Everglades and Big Cypress for 30 years. I know a lot about it. I've also, for that reason, been asked to do a lot of interviews, PolitiFact, New York Times, Washington Post, the ARD, the German national one, a Colombian national one, and Jorge Ramos, who is well known in Latin America. I've done that as a way to let people understand more of why there's an environmental concern for that particular location. I've also contributed by doing analysis on aerial photos. The most recent ones were from Friday. At this point, I'm seeing no reduction in the tents, the trailers. I am seeing fewer cars in the parking lot. It used to have 1,200 spaces in it, and it was mostly full. We'll see. The judge has said you need to take out all the stuff that has an environmental impact, lighting, fences, whatever. On a lighter note, so that's sort of status of, the word has been, we've been told by the director of Florida Department of Environmental Management that they were going to reduce it to 0 detainees. I don't know, I'm hearing varied things. Last count was maybe 350 folks there. On a lighter note, I'm happy to report, having been in Miami and Hallandale Beach for a little bit of a vacation the last few days, that the Café con Leche and pastries of 2 of our Lake Worth establishments competed very well with Miami ones and with Hallandale Beach Cuban and Venezuelan restaurants. And my wife, who eats meat and I don't, reported that the garbanzos from Union Bakery, the chickpeas, competed very well with the Miami one. So good. And finally, I have to toot my own horn a little bit. We were able to go to a restaurant that had a live Cuban singer. He was awesome in his community engagement, and he seemed to like my adaptation of Scandinavian dances to Latino music. So I got some sort of recognition as a gringo who dances, but
Thank you.
that's it.
I'm sure it was well-deserved. 3.
Thank you. I'm just going to mention a couple things. First, on Sunday, I was invited to Grant Chapel. They were doing a pastor appreciation service, and it was awesome. Every time I go there, I just absolutely love it. If you guys haven't been to Grant Chapel, you got to go. The music's amazing. I was literally the only white person there, and it was awesome. And so I spoke, and I just said a couple things about him being he's not just a pastor that is inside the church. He's always he comes to commission meetings. He goes to neighborhood meetings. He's always with the kids at the gym, and he's just an all-around good guy. And so that was one thing. The second thing is, don't forget this is for Tiana, don't forget on Saturday morning at 9, we're going to be on the beach in the Beach Bucket Brigade. No, something like that. The Beach Bucket, we're going to debut those, so that'll be good. And I went to the beach yesterday. I don't go often, but I was in a really bad mood. And I knew if I went and jumped in the ocean that it would be gone, and it did. But when I went there, it was 5 o'clock, so it was Labor Day at 5 o'clock. And there were so many people at the beach. It was just awesome. So many families, so many languages, so many different kinds of people. It was just beautiful. I will have to say, though, that there was definitely smoking and drinking on the beach, and I know you're not supposed to, so I'm going to be a little Karen about that, because I had to leave. I had to move because the guy next to me was smoking a cigar, which is disgusting.
And they were allowed.
They're not allowed, you're not allowed to smoke on the beach. It says no drinking, no smoking. But anyway, and then, yeah, again, let's look for, a notice coming out. I will have a District 3 meeting soon, so that I can hear about the, what the community thinks about the upcoming referendum, if any. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Segrich.
Thank you. So in a bunch of meetings, we've been asked to do something or anything about what's going on with ICE and the immigrant community. I would just like a little bit of clarity. Are we, this would be Mr. McVoy, are you asking us to instruct PBSO to violate state and federal law? Or are you just asking us to say as a city that we don't support PBSO for following federal and state law?
You can respond.
Obviously, I'm not.
Can you speak into your mic, please? Thank you.
I did, but it works better if you turn it on.
Much.
I've been trying to turn it off and remember to do that. No, I'm not encouraging us to not follow the law. I'm encouraging us to recognize that we contract with an agency to provide law enforcement services. I'm asking us to recognize that how the instruction, similar to the comment that was made on let's give a bit more instruction for how PBSO works in South Palm Park, giving instruction to the people that we contract with, which is one of our biggest expenses. It's our biggest contract by far. Giving some instruction as to what our goals are, I think is reasonable. And I also think it meets our obligation to protect the health, safety, and welfare of all of our community. A little bit of casual research will tell you that law enforcement, folks who are experienced in it, police chiefs around the country, will tell you that when local law enforcement gets mixed up with immigration, local law enforcement suffers as a result. At one level, it's easy just because it eats up energy and time and resources. But the other bigger issue is it changes the relationship of the community to local law enforcement. And it does not help it. That's a well-known research thing. So I would suggest, as a starting point, look at the Miami Beach, maybe look at some other cities and figure out how can we do a better job? When there are videos going around the world of law enforcement of some sort, including PBSO presence on the scene, not necessarily doing it, wailing on a resident on the ground, pepper spraying their daughter, that does not help the reputation of our city. That does not, you've all gotten emails of people who say, we are not interested in coming anymore if you tolerate this. And so a question is, how do we negotiate that path? I'm not saying that it's easy, but simply being silent is approval. And that, to me, is not acceptable.
Thank you.
So part of that also is there is a lot of good that these law enforcement officers are doing. And there are a lot of issues within the migrant community, specifically with other migrants committing heinous atrocities upon migrants, human trafficking, murders, drugs, and so on. And painting a blanket picture of non-support and non-cooperation, I feel, will also have a detrimental impact to the migrant community. There are people here who need law enforcement. And I think we will also see when cities come out and say to their law enforcement partners, don't cooperate, don't enforce things versus migrants, crime goes up in that community.
It's not.
And as a commission, I think we need to support our law enforcement, and we need to look at what state and federal law has to say. we don't get to instruct PBSO how they should follow the law. It's just not the case. So, I would urge you to be specific in what you're asking us to do, but keep in mind, violating state and federal law is not the business of the city, and it will not help the city. So-
Mr. McVoy, we're not.
On District 4, we had the grand opening of a wonderful new restaurant, Pomona. Would encourage everyone to go and support local and go there. I think you'll find the food is excellent, the price point is excellent, the atmosphere is excellent. They did a really great job. We have another new restaurant lounge coming into the city right across from City Hall at 921. They're just going through their business licensing process. It's called Off the Clock. And interestingly enough, the owners there actually know the people at Pomona, and it's a very cool kind of synergy between the two. So it's exciting to see some of these new businesses come in to Lake Worth Beach. We also saw the departure of some businesses. Sad to see them go. But in going through this process and examining how we welcome these new businesses to our city, I really think as a commission, we need to give direction to staff that we want to see an environment of customer service and an environment of welcoming. And we talked about this at our pre-agenda meeting, and I just wanted to stress it again. There's many different ways to clean up and get compliance with our code and with our business licensing process. Some of it makes it very difficult upon the business owner and the resident, and some of it could be a gentler approach, not so draconian. And, seeing these new businesses come in, I know for a fact, one of them had a little bit of a tough time and was questioning their choice of whether or not to come in. And I hope we don't ever hear that again from a new business coming into our city. But very happy to have them. And again, encouraging everyone to go support local. It's also the off season. So your local restaurants that you love, they need help. They need help. They need people to come in there. Even if it's buying just a slice of pizza, it helps. So consider, visiting our downtown and supporting local in this off season.
Is that all? That's all? Thank you.
And the Pomona bartender was great, by the way.
The drinks were, the food was good, that chicken food. I'm wondering if would it be too much of a burden on staff for us to be notified when a new business license is coming in so that we can contact them and be welcoming to them and say, hi, welcome to the city?
No, we can set up a process, so that's something. And again, the conversation that was had during the pre-agenda meeting, it's just a matter of, and I hear everyone, it's just a change of mindset, that's all it is. And kind of shifting.
Kindness. Yeah.
Customer service focused, so yes.
And
But yeah,
also-
we can set something up, so as we get
That would be
those-
helpful, because then we can make a phone call, hey, welcome to the city. And I also will just hang on to what Mr. Segwich says, and I've been in this code enforcement business on all three sides of the desk. Oftentimes, we'll get a call or an email about something about how unfair the city is, and we follow up, and we have to be very careful with our contact with staff. We say, what's the deal here? And well, they didn't actually supply the survey they were supposed to, or they did. So a lot of times we hear, the city's so unreasonable, but actually the folks themselves there's two sides to every story. But I am very well aware of the fact that we do have, and I've said this for a long time, and I'm glad to have some support on that. It's a culture, and I think that we really do need to sort of, if somebody's, for example, they buy a house, they're fixing up the house, staff comes across some, oh, that wasn't permitted. So now they've got this ancient problem that they just bought without knowing about it. And I understand that there's a slippery slope. There's a certain amount of discretion that needs to be done, but I would like to, how do we get to yes? how do we start out a little more positively? And I've expressed this for a while. So that's just my 2 cents to add to you. It's been a busy couple of weeks. There's a lot going on. I have something I want to read. Mr. McVoy, we are on this dais as a collegiate group. Our common purpose is to ensure that the city is being run as efficiently as possible while bringing a better quality of life to our residents. As our community is diverse, so are we here on the dais. The best result is when we listen to each other, be open to alternate ideas, and act accordingly. I know I've changed my mind on issues after listening to the commissioners and to the public. We each have our own strengths and weaknesses, areas where we are more knowledgeable than others. That's a good thing. We have different backgrounds and experiences, and that's important because we bring different things to the table. Most importantly, I think, is that we respect each other and each other's time. I'm sure that each one of us could describe very thoroughly and in great detail the reason that they are leaning one way or another on an issue or voting one way or another. However, in the interest of time and an efficient meeting, rarely does one of your colleagues expound in the great detail which you seem to insist upon. I don't know why you feel compelled to dominate, lecture, and often demean your colleagues, but that's your style. We all, in our own way, do good in the community. Each one of us quietly works to improve the city and the experience that our residents have living here. So your frequent and repeated intimation that you are the only person up here who is interested in, quote, good governance, or who cares about all members of our community is difficult to hear. But again, that is your choice. You be you. At the commission meeting of August 19th, however, you crossed a line. Pay to play? I don't know. That is a direct accusation that the members of this commission are taking bribes from developers. For me as an attorney, and in fact for each and every one of us up here, my reputation for honesty and faithful service to the community is paramount. My word is my bond. To say something as reckless and derogatory as you did is beyond inappropriate. It is harmful. Harmful to us as individuals and harmful to the city. The city's reputation has greatly improved. Civility has been for the most part established. But for the public to hear such a ridiculous, vicious accusation from one commissioner to the rest of the commission harms our reputation as a city where we are serious about our business. What you said was beyond the pale, and I ask you to either show proof of being bribes or refrain from slander, and I believe that you owe each and every one of us an apology. City Manager report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll have a quick one tonight. Everyone's aware, we did have that third request from Florida Doge, the state. Everything has been submitted on time per the deadlines and everything. So as we get these things, we are providing exactly what they're asking us for in their outline and everything. So all submitted, and we'll see what comes next. So we are adhering to what they're saying is.
We've been
Yes.
It's a verb.
I had sent everyone an email regarding Palm Beach County Environmental Resources Management, and that project. They're doing 12 acres of seagrass renourishment. It's like 6 different sites. They're currently in for permit. This would be in the spring, and one of those sites is the Steinhardt, the Jewel Cove property.
Great.
So I'd let you guys all know about that. I didn't hear anything back from anyone, so I don't know if anyone had any issues with that, because that is within our jurisdiction. Also, up at the casino property, we've been working with WGI. We are looking at rerouting traffic up there. So when this was originally done, back in 2010, there weren't things such as Uber Eats, any of the food delivery services. We do meet with the tenants up there regularly. And one of the things that they're asking for is, it's very difficult for them to do to go when you have these services, because they have to park at the very bottom, come all the way up to the top, or they're parking illegally, like in the fire lane or something like that. So in rerouting the traffic pattern up there, so it would be a southbound for the entire upper level of the beach. What it allows us to do is basically add 14 additional, if we go both sides, 14 additional parallel parking spots up at the top, as well as, I believe it was 3, Tiana, if I remember correctly, right in front of the casino building. which now allows you to pull off there. If people need to run in and run out real quick to get, like to-go orders or something like that. But, yes, so without doing the two-way there, you've now widened that right-of-way. So you have the ability to now create some additional area up there where they're not gonna have to legally park.
Let grandma out.
That is correct, too. And the other thing that that's gonna help with is right now when there are deliveries and everything, that pretty much backs up all the traffic up there. So one of the other things we're looking at doing is an actual, like a little mini half roundabout kind of right in front of the shade structure in front of the pier, like by Benny's. So now they can actually pull off so they're out of the actual traffic lane, which now allows traffic to flow freely through there. That roundabout right in the middle by the bathrooms would now be kind of, you would be coming southbound. So there's going to be a pinch point as you kind of come around that corner heading southbound. So you cannot turn and head north there. So it'll be kind of like a median type thing. But just giving everyone a heads up, we are looking into that. We're looking to improve the process up there, the pattern, and just make it a lot easier for our tenants and for them to do their business a little bit easier. The other thing, your question on that? Yeah.
The 14 parking spots, that's not in front of the casino building.
No, that's for south by the bathrooms almost.
Oh, okay, good. I don't want to block
It was
any
basically 7
views.
on both sides. We're still looking at how that may or may not work out. But I know Ms. Fisher had mentioned earlier about the when we took the money from the county, when we redone on that, we cannot decrease any public spaces right now. We can always add spaces, which allows us to do more as far as if we ever had an area where we could increase our resident parking. But right now, we cannot lose any spaces up there, or we would be in jeopardy of giving that money back to the county. So it'd be nice to be able to add where we can, which gives us the ability to add more residential if we need to at some point in time. And I did want to bring up Tiana for my last comment. Well, real quick, did you have a question on that, Commissioner?
More of a comment, and it relates a little bit to something the mayor said, that I think this wouldn't be an issue, making it one way, the traffic flow. But I know that there are a lot of people, particularly if they're bringing an older relative, that maybe the mobility isn't walking down to the beach, but being able to drive by and see the ocean. So however, this might actually make that easier if you have 2 lanes. One lane can be a little slower, one lane is sort of through traffic. But that is a use of the beach that, it's a subset, but it's not zero.
Correct.
So as long as this accommodates all that, and if you could work it, that there's a little ramp, so it's a little higher, as they get a better view out, why, I won't object. I'm just saying.
So again, this is one of those things, as the landlord up there and having these meetings with the tenants, and listening to what they're asking for. When we can do things to help their businesses operate better, we like to do that. They've had a lot of input on the signage, which is currently in production, new monument sign, which is going to be up there, so.
It's only been 4 years. Why should I complain?
I
haven't been here for 4 years.
We haven't been working on it for 4 years.
Yeah.
They've been asking for it. We've been talking about it for 4 years.
And
I just want to
You
make
haven't
a
been here
comment
for 4 years.
about
the current leisure services team is delivering on that.
Thank you. And we appreciate the stuff that you're doing. And I'm just gonna, people, I've been driving up the south end to the north end for the past 49 years.
Well, I know the traffic pattern used to be different prior to.
I mean, even now,
last-
okay.
Yeah. So.
And I mean, and I will say this, and it's like speaking to the wind, but that when they redid the beach a few years ago, they did not, it used to be you could park, you could look at the ocean. They eliminated that, which was, I think, a terrible idea. I think that a lot of people, myself included, I'm unstable to walk on the beach. I don't have time to go to the beach, but I really like to see the beach.
Yeah,
So
the ocean.
if we're gonna be going up the south side and going, but I understand the reason for doing it. I mean, I'm not, can I still go up and do that? Because what I do now is I go up, I'll sort of stop at that northern circle and just like pull off to the side to like open my window and look at the ocean for 5 minutes. Will we still be able to do that?
Or could we accommodate some parking,
Well,
like the mayor says?
Are you currently doing that?
Yeah.
I would assume you would continue
But
doing
I come
that.
from the south
Oh, you would just come from the north now, straight across A1A.
and go around that corner and then have to go around to go south.
Mhm.
Okay.
So,
You know,
again,
people don't
it's-
like change, and I'm an old woman.
Well, it's one of those things that obviously it is a change. People would have to get used
But
to.
we
But
need-
once you
I-
go through it one time.
No,
I think
I'm
people get used
sort
to
of
it.
being
But
silly.
like many things in the city, we're having to retrofit.
Yeah.
Because striping is easy. We're not adding any other
Right.
than the actual choke point median we would have to add. like
And there is a
concrete
real
median.
need for people to be able to park, call up Mamma Mia's, order pizza, come
Yeah.
pick it up, drop into Kilwins real quick and get something and run. Yeah, I support that completely.
Yeah, so other than the actual median work we would have to do for a choke point, it's all striping. So we're trying to be efficient as far as financially.
Could we put
and
this out
not
on
do a lot.
the website? So that-
Well, once we get to a point where it's finalized, I just wanted to bring that to let you know this is something we're working on. And then we'll bring forward once we get something finalized.
And at some point, it would be nice if we could trim the bushes so that when you come up on the south side, they're sort of high, the sea grapes, and then it gets a little bit lower, and you can just barely see the ocean. But if we could do some trimming that you could actually see the ocean, it would be helpful.
My ramp.
Tiana.
Hi. So speaking of change, just a small change going on. As you know, I'm going to just speak about the department. So as you know, I will be going off soon, but it's incredibly important to me to ensure that the Leisure Services Department, the residents, you, city manager's office, everyone is supported as best I can and ensure that you have full team in place. So with that, I do want to introduce a new team member to the Leisure Services Department who you will be seeing regularly because they will be stepping in for me when I am out. Our new Assistant Director, Stuart Sword. Stu. So we're very fortunate to have Stu. He is retired from 26 years in the U.S. Army, and he retired as a infantry command sergeant major. He also worked with the federal government as a project manager. He also was in the private sector and has a lot of experience and was chief of operations for incident command for Hurricane Helene and Milton. And he holds a project management background as well as has been a lifeguard and been involved in recreational sports and lives in Lake Worth Beach, and very excited to have him. So you will see Stuart joining me everywhere I go for the next month. And yes, so he will be here. He will also be speaking to all of you, and I'll share his contact and things like that as we get going. So just wanted to make sure that you knew who Stuart was when you see him, so that we have some continuity.
When is your last day?
I'm looking at after the budget on the 25th at the end of the month, but we'll see how we go. I feel the exact same way.
Like you're due at the beginning of October. So
yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like your last
Yeah.
day and your due date
I
is
just-
close.
very
Not like you're
I'm
above
very, I
deadline.
want to make sure we get done everything as much as possible and get team members trained and get through the budget and make sure our Leisure Services
you're a
Department
good
is ready to go.
Yeah, if you go out early, we're not giving you any money.
Got it. Cut that budget.
Hopefully that doesn't happen at the budget meeting.
And she's back on August 15th.
She's back in.
October, yeah, October 15th, yeah,
Seriously?
yeah, no,
Oh,
with a +1. Yeah, so anyway, thank you. So that's Stuart, and very excited, please, he will be here to assist all of you, and I'll share his
very
contact
much.
and all of
What's Stuart's last name? I got.
Sword.
Sword?
Sword.
Sword.
SWORD?
Okay.
Sword, but you pronounce it
Stu.
sword? A sword.
Sword.
Oh, okay.
Did I say sword? I'm Canadian. Sorry. Sword. Sword. Sorry, Canadian. Anyway,
Thank you very much.
thank you
And
all.
welcome aboard. Good luck. How long have you lived in the city? Not long enough.
Yeah, but the question is, what district are you in?
North End,
Of east or west?
North,
east, North End,
And
northeast.
that would be.
That would be me.
You? No. Oh, you.
That's me.
I can never get those new boundaries straight. Well, welcome aboard.
I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, it's me.
Okay, well, we expect, Tiana has raised the bar on the recreational services of the city, so we have to be very careful. Yeah,
Not worried at all.
yeah, Dexter. Yep.
Welcome.
Anything else?
Motion to adjourn.
Matt, we
damn
have an
it.
attorney.
She's not going to give a report. She
I know,
never
but we have
does.
to try. Do you have anything to report, Madam Attorney?
I thought I would tell you, just so you know, that we did have our first appeal of a trespass warning, and the magistrate upheld the warning.
Oh, good.
God.
Good. Yeah, I think that's being much more effective. We just have to be more proactive, and we are being. I mean, that's when I just happened to meet Jody the other day while he was, doing his stuff, and had a long talk with him, and he was so positive and so encouraged about his job. It was really nice. It was a good experience for both of us, I think. With that, I will entertain.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?